Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, September 12th, 2024, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can, Cash App $ ORIONNWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got Thursday night football, the first game of week number 2 in the 2024 NFL season. The Buffalo Bills versus the Miami Dolphins, AFC East rivals. Should be a good one here tonight. And I'm ready to go. We're going to get the kickoff started here in about 5 minutes. And then in about an hour and a half, the Mariners are going to be facing the Texas Rangers, and we'll be doing updates with that matchup as well. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Let's get it, baby. And I wanted to get started a little bit sooner, but I'll be honest, I went through a couple different options with the thumbnail with Josh Allen and Tyreek, and I tried going through many different photos and options, and I ended up finishing a thumbnail, and then it wasn't good enough, so I had to start over and do another one, and then this one ended up suiting my standards here. And on the left, you got your stud, Josh Allen, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, whether he has Stephon Diggs or not. He can run, he can throw. How many touchdowns will he get tonight? 2, 3, 4, 5. It wouldn't shock me one bit. And the guy on the right, one of the most explosive players at wide receiver the NFL has ever seen, Tyreek the Freak Hill. How many times will he score? Once, twice, 3 times? Let's sit back and watch and find out. Let's get it, baby. I'm ready. Matt in the building, what's good? Like, sub, donate, comment, share. Obviously, we're going to be shooting for 20 likes within the first hour, 30 to 50 overall, and 100 in the donos on every single stream. And then in about an hour and a half, once the Mariners come on, I'll end up doing kind of a play-by-play for both to the best of my ability. I'm not going to be able to do it for both, throughout the whole game, but we'll definitely give updates and anything important or significant that's happening. Obviously, in that other game, we'll be able to, mention it, obviously, in between the commercial breaks, or if there ends up being a timeout. Matt in the building, what's good? DX in the building, what's good? Daniel in the building, what's good? Hybrid in the building, what's good? Reflect in the building, what's good? Should be a good one here. And again, I believe Josh Allen is 6-0 against the Miami Dolphins, but this Buffalo Bill team on the defensive side of the ball is not even in the same type of team that we're used to seeing. And on the offense, obviously you don't have Stephon Diggs. That's probably the biggest subtraction from the Buffalo Bills that we're used to seeing. So a lot of defensive starters like Jordan Poyer are no longer there, now on the opposite side on the Miami Dolphins. So again, Buffalo's defense a lot weaker than we've seen it in the last 3 to 4 years. And the offense, you could say, a little bit weaker than it has been in the last 3 to 4 years. But with that being said, Buffalo is still going to be very confident with Josh Allen. They are 1-0. The Dolphins are 1-0. Something's got to give. And this is probably the best chance the Dolphins have had to beat Buffalo in the last few years. You don't have to worry about Stephon Diggs. You don't have to worry about Jordan Poyer or a lot of those other defensive starters that are no longer there. But again, you have to execute. You have to make sure that you're not having a whole lot of penalties. And we've seen a lot of penalties in week 1. Illegal shifting, illegal motion, false starts, holding, and again, PI. So we'll see, how it goes here tonight. But again, for a Thursday night matchup, sometimes we get shitty matchups on Thursday night, Sunday night, and Monday night. And even though not every fan in the room might be an AFC fan, I think that if you're an NFC person, you can still get up for this matchup. And obviously, fantasy football purposes, you got guys like Tua and Josh Allen. A lot of people are rostering those guys, as well as Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. So I'm very excited to be able to see how many points are going to be coming out. I believe I don't have anybody in this particular game, but there's going to be people in this room that are counting on big numbers from either Josh Allen, Tua, Tyreek, Waddle, or possibly others. And we knew Raheem Mostert more than likely was going to be out. Achane was a game-time decision. And here we go, baby. Let's get it. Let's go. Thursday night football, Amazon Prime. Buffalo Bills, Miami Dolphins. Let's get buckled up. And then obviously the spinning logo in the right will indicate who has the football. So we got the nice Miami Dolphin one there. We got the Buffalo Bills. And then obviously during commercial breaks and halftime, we'll give you the NFL spinning logo. Let's go, baby. I think for most of us, like I said, we got a 10-man league. It's very competitive right now. I'm not really sure how it's all going to play out when it's all said and done. But I think if you look at the rosters and you look at the benches and you look at the records, I think it's pretty safe to say more than likely it'll be me, it'll be Reflect, it'll be Captain Oreo, and who's going to be that fourth team that ends up making the playoffs, that has yet to be determined. Unless there ends up being crazy-ass injuries, but I think that the way that me and Captain and Reflect drafted, as well as, being able to pick up pieces, obviously on the wire, like me and Reflect typically do, I think that even if I haven't had a Christian McCaffrey for 2 weeks, and almost every single person on social media that I've seen that had Christian McCaffrey with the first pick is 0-1. So I might be one of those special people that, even though I haven't had the access to CMC, I'm not worried about it. I ended up drafting running back at a very good depth level, and, here we go. So I really feel that, if you draft well, you can still be missing one of the top guys, number one, number two pick. And as long as you draft well, you should be okay. Now, if it's season ending, then that might be another story. But McCaffrey missing a couple weeks, no fucking big deal. Let's go, baby. Tua under center. And we'll see what Miami has to bring here right out of the gate. Scotty Mack in the building. What's good? But considering I got a 0 out of Christian McCaffrey and a -2 with Chiefs D, and I still ended up winning by 20 plus and scoring the most points in the entire league, I would say that's a pretty good start for week 1. First down and 10. Pistol formation for Tua. Shotgun set. A little short drop. Jalen Waddle. Nice 4-yard gain there. Second down and 6 on the Miami 34. Elliott in the building, what's good? And again, give me a reminder around 6:40, Mariner fans, obviously either, with Reflect, if depending on if he's in the room or not, or Captain Oreo. And if not, I know Sarah will, and I'll make sure that I flip that game on as well, so that way I can catch up and see what's going on with the Mariners and the Rangers. Man in motion, Tua, hands off. Nice game. Achane with a gain of 5 right up the gut. And again, if you got a guy like Achane, you got to play him. And I've seen a lot of people that had him on the bench in week 1. I know if I had Achane, he would be in my starting lineup at my flex or my RB 1 or 2, depending on how I draft it. Again, there's going to be a lot of injuries week in and week out for the Miami Dolphins just based off their physicality with their players. But again, you got to be able to get those proper starters in to maximize points. Third down and 1. Man in motion. Handoff up the gut. First down, Dolphins. Move the chains. First and 10 on the Miami 42. Nice little drive so far here for Miami. Let's go, baby. Miller time. Can't wait, man. First down and 10. Shotgun set. Man in motion. Tua. Little flip. Achane. Good defense there by Buffalo. 3-yard loss. Great D by the Bills. Second down and 13 on the Miami 39. Megan in the building. No problem. How are you? Mostert out. Jacobs is questionable. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's why you want to make sure that you're getting proper depth in the draft, because anytime you end up having a couple injuries early on or multiple and you get hit, really hard with 3 or 4, and if some of those guys are starters, you really have to have an insurance plan. And we're not talking Geico, okay? You got to make sure you do it. Shotgun set. Tua. Going long. Going deep. Got a man. And complete. Intended receiver, Tyreek, the free kill. Third down and 13 on the Miami 39. Yeah, Padres are really, really good. I'm happy that we ended up having a magnificent game out of Brian Wu. And again, he's starting to get, the pub from the media, and he's starting to believe it that, hey, I might be the fifth guy in the rotation from a couple years ago, but I'm a good pitcher. And I think Brian Wu is finally starting to believe it, that, he's one of the best in the world. And the more swag and confidence that he gets, like Kirby got and Logan Gilbert got within the last year, you're going to see Wu with that swag as well. 3rd down and 13. Oh, intercepted off the tip pass. Oh, my God. Go. Wow. 1st down, Buffalo. That was incredible. Are you kidding me? What a deflection. Early turnover for Tua. Not ideal there for the Miami Dolphins. Wow. He had plenty of time right there as well. Let's see if we can get a replay here. Looks like it should have been caught. It was off the shoulder pad. And that's why on 3rd and long, you better make sure you know who you're going to there. All right, Josh Allen, one of the best dual threats in football. Allen, screen pass. Nice 9-yard gain for Buffalo. 2nd down and 1 on the Miami 28. Kincaid, they need to get him the ball. I know Sarah has him in fantasy, and a lot of people that had Kincaid were very disappointed. Anytime you get a 1 or a 2 out of a tight end, even though it was a very bad week 1 for 99% of the tight ends, you expect more than that. Hand off up the middle. 1st down, Bills. Move the chains. James Cook, always been cooking, baby. 1st down and 10 on the Miami 24. Finley in the building. What's good? Shotgun set, screen pass. There we go. Dalton Kincaid again, having to make up for that bad performance in week 1 with not enough targets, not enough catches, not enough touchdowns. And again, Patrick Mahomes is always going to be in that conversation of being like the best guy. But then after that, there's really an argument. For a couple years, we thought it might be Joe Burrow, but it seems like he keeps getting hurt and he can't stay healthy. Then you have Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, but they, still haven't been able to hoist that Lombardi. But we know they have the dual threat, even though they're missing pieces on offense this year. Allen, floater, and complete. Right? And then you got guys like Lamar, that have been steady. And now you got Derrick Henry there to, kind of help relieve a little bit of that pressure. So that way he doesn't have to dance as much as he did in previous years. And it's going to be very exciting to kind of see the progression of these quarterbacks when they lose a key piece, Stephon Diggs or Jalen Hurts losing Jason Kelce. Can they still keep, that NFL high level, pressure on them to be able to, show out that, hey, I might be losing some pieces, but don't forget, I'm still one of the best in the world at what I do. 3rd down and 2. Shotgun set. Uh-oh. Nice defense by the Dolphins. Big stop on 3rd down and 2. Loss of 1 on the Miami 17. Field goal unit should be coming out. Britt in the building. How are you? Captain in the building. How are you? And make sure, reflecting captain, give me a reminder here in about an hour and 10 minutes, and I'm going to flip on the Mariner game, and we'll make sure we do both. Wow, no field goal unit. They said they're going to go for it unless they're trying to get them to jump off sides here. I mean, it is Josh Allen. I'm not sure if I would be going for it here. This might be a decoy just to see if they can draw him off sides. That's what I would assume. And then they call timeout. That's a waste right there. At least, try to, go into the play call and try to draw them off sides. Hopefully nobody jumps, and then just go from there. If you get the 1st down, you get the 1st down, but, kick the field goal. That was a wasted timeout, but we'll see what happens here. We're at 10. All right, 10 more to go to get to 20. Let's go, baby. Take the points. But I guess if you do have Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts or Anthony Richardson, and you're close between 1 and 3 yards, whether you're in the red zone or on the goal line, I guess you can take chances. Push for the Eagles. And again, if you end up having AR or Josh Allen, you're built like a linebacker. So it's probably going to take 2 or 3 guys to tackle you. So if he just runs to the outside, he probably can get the first down. But they got trips left. Let's see what they got cooking here. They got motion all over the place. Blitz coming. Little screen pass in the flat. Cook. Touchdown, Buffalo. Well, that's probably the best way that you can execute a 4th down and 3. The Dolphins end up sending a kind of a blitz, that they probably shouldn't have on that weak side. They said, hey, you want to send a blitz to us here? We'll end up going here in motion. Obviously, coverage got broken down. Nobody there. One of the other players got, looks like, tripped up, based off the crossing route and fell down. Wide open. Touchdown, Buffalo. Wow. That's a terrible start for Miami to give up a touchdown on 4th and 3. Kick is up, and it's good. 7-0, Buffalo. Wow. I did not expect, them to go for it there, and let alone the coverage that ended up just being busted, and then for him to be wide open. But that's the NFL for you. James Cook, he is a dual threat. He can get you on the ground or through the air, and the damage is already done. And again, Miami hasn't beaten Buffalo in the Josh Allen era ever. They're like 0-6. So not a good start. Obviously, if you're at home trying to say to your fans, hey, they don't got Diggs anymore. We got this. Their defense is depleted. They don't have any of the same players like Jordan Poyer on that defense anymore. Well, apparently it doesn't matter. And Buffalo's still looking pretty strong with Josh Allen. And, as we go through the pecking order, based off quarterbacks, obviously with Mahomes and Jalen and Josh Allen and Burrow and Lamar and AR and all of the others that are kind of jockeying for top 10 supremacy, maybe, we need to start, like in that conversation where we had Josh Allen as like the number 2, number 3, and then some people thought, well, he does throw a lot of picks. Maybe he's like the 4th or 5th best. And I totally agree with the assessment. There's been times where he's looked like maybe the runner-up to Mahomes as being second best. But then you look at a lot of those triple teams and those bad throws into double and triple coverage, a lot of turnovers for a top 5 quarterback. And a lot of people wanted to slide him down to like number 4, number 5. And I don't think he can really go any lower than that since he's a dual threat with his legs, right? But as you've seen, he's lost a lot. But it doesn't really feel like the product on the field is missing Stephon Diggs or is missing, these pieces like Jordan Poyer on the defense. Pretty impressive. And I don't think necessarily Buffalo is good enough to win the Super Bowl or even get there. But I think we need to start giving Josh Allen a little bit more credit. And again, this might end up being an MVP type of season, considering the lack of talent and all the pieces that are no longer there. I mean, if he can still get this team to the playoffs, 10-7 record, 11-6, I would say that definitely says a lot about him. And especially if he can get the interception number down and kind of spread the ball around instead of just, honing in on one guy like Diggs. You can spread it around evenly, and maybe this team will be a little bit more well-rounded. And again, James Cook, a guy that can do a little bit of everything. It's the best running back that they've had in the Buffalo Bills, probably since Thurman Thomas. If you're actually talking about skill set and what he can do on the ground and in the air, it's been a long time coming. I know Marshawn Lynch was there for a short period of time, but if we're talking about a guy that's been there for multiple years and looks like he's going to be there for a while, I would say Cook is probably the best since Marshawn and obviously Thurman Thomas back in the day in the Jim Kelly era. Impressive. I would have definitely never thought that they would go for it there on 4th and 3 and let alone have it turn into a touchdown. 7-0 Buffalo. First score of the night, James Cook. You got him in fantasy. You're happy. It's like, I want both teams to lose. Well, of course, if you're an AFC East fan, right, or if you're a Jets fan or a Patriot fan, you probably don't really give a shit either way, but again, someone's going to come out on top in this particular matchup. Red Sox and Yankees, huh? Ooh. Yeah, keep me posted on all the scores on the MLB side, please. Mariners only back 3.5 now. We got to beat up the Rangers, and then we got Yankees after that. Shotgun set. Play action fake, 2 up, pump fake, pressure. Go. Go. There we go. First down, Dolphins. Down to the Miami 46. Nice job by Smith. Yeah, even though he's no longer on the team, I got the Devin White sewn jersey on. You know, it's just unfortunate, you know, when you invest in a player and you assume they're going to be there like Levante David for, 10 years plus, and they only make it through their rookie contract, and then they end up leaving. And, he kind of got lazy, towards the end, which was a little disappointed, and ended up getting benched and replaced. And now he's a part of the Philadelphia Eagles, but I don't really know what you're going to be able to get out of him, and if we didn't have him, nice first down, Dolphins. If we didn't have, him in that Super Bowl run, obviously we wouldn't have won it or even got there. But just kind of a damn shame where you could see a player be elite and be one of the best linebackers in the game, and then all of a sudden kind of just like disappear in front of our very eyes. But I'm not going to throw the jersey away or burn it. I mean, a lot of the jerseys, I feel that when you end up buying one, after years pass, you feel like, damn, what was I thinking buying this particular jersey? But you don't really know if guys are going to be a long-term guy like a Derek Brooks or a Levante David, or if it's only going to be like a 4 or 5 year run. Little reverse there to Waddle, little trickery, little end around. Mr. Williams in the building. What's good? How are you, Mr. Williams? What's good? Oh, I love it. And I know Matt put out a post of a shitload of teams that he thought that would be a good fit for the Pac-12. And again, they're going to grow, and they're obviously adding those teams to the Pac-12 from Oregon State and Washington State. And now you're going to end up having about half of the league in there. You're going to have about 6, and you're still waiting on the other, 6 teams to join. Nice, Tyreek. First down, Dolphins. But it just takes time because, again, you have to be able to go through the legal process. You got to go through the schedule. And obviously, that's why they can't join like next year. They already have the schedules kind of set up for home and away games with certain opponents. So you're going to have to wait, I believe, until 2026. And then you're going to have, 6 teams in there. And then eventually we'll end up getting to 10 and then 12. And then maybe one day the Pac-12 will have 14 or 16 teams. But I think just the ultimate goal is just getting it back to being 10 or 12 teams would be ideal. And it might not be able to get to that point until 2028, maybe 2030. We'll have to kind of see. But again, it's not going to ever be the same Pac-12. A lot of these teams are from the Mountain West. And again, anytime you try to fix a conference, then you're blowing up another one. So it's just kind of like a never-ending cycle of never really, getting a full conference for every, school in the entire nation. Once you get plucked and you go into another conference, that other conference either no longer exists or it's down to 2 teams like the Pac-2, and they're trying to rebound. And again, it's not going to ever be a powerhouse conference like it was. But again, it's nice to be able to see those teams join, and I'm excited that it still exists here, obviously in college football. H-Chan, rumbling and a bumbling. First down, Dolphins. Move the chains. First down and 10 on the Buffalo 24. H-Chan is something. Second and inches. Man in motion. Body shifting. First down, Dolphins. Move the chains. H-N is so shifty. 7-0 Buffalo. Let's see if they can respond back with a matching touchdown. Obviously, you can get a field goal here, but field goals aren't going to cut it, in this particular matchup. You can get a couple, throughout the game, but, you're going to have to try to match touchdown to touchdown for Josh Allen. Man in motion, shotgun set. Achane, kind of a fumbled delivery there. Achane really couldn't get the momentum going. 3rd down and 4. Yeah, all kinds of speed. Ridiculous speed. Yeah, exactly. How's it going, brother? How are you? Good to see you. 2nd down and 10, man in motion. Shotgun set. Tua. Jeff Wilson with the short game. Rafael Devers, 3 strikeouts. That's not good. Hopefully he'll end up getting a hit before it's all said and done. 21 total touchdowns, tied for the most in the NFL last year. Raheem Mostert, former Niner. Third down and 4. Shotgun set. Tua steps up in the pocket. He's open. Waddle reaching for the end zone and just short of a touchdown for Jalen Waddle. They're about to score here. Yeah, we'll trade you Garver for Devers. You can have him. Nice catch there by Jalen Waddle and throw by Tua. 1st and goal. I think a lot of us feel that way. Bunting is one of the hardest things to do, especially if you haven't practiced it. I mean, if you got 100 opportunities. Handoff up the middle, tripped up, fumble. Wow. 2nd down and goal. Flag on the play. Eichenberg with the false start. Not ideal there for Miami. Can you waddle? How many Miami Dolphins players do you have besides Waddle? Is that the only one that you have? We're approaching the 4-minute mark in the first quarter here. Handoff. Yes. Ridiculous. Touchdown, Dolphins. Achane. He's kind of like Cook. It's like you already know that you can get that guy in the flat, and give him just a little screen, and he'll be able to take it to the house. Or you can just hand it off to either one, and they got enough agility and movement, in their legs to be able to juke defenders more than one. That was way too easy. Extra point is up, and it's good. We're knotted up at 7. Pretty impressive start. Obviously you didn't expect, Tua with the, little deflection there and whatnot, and Josh Allen. And, again, you're going to get, some deflection, interceptions. There's going to be some fumbles. There's going to end up being some bad penalties. But with all that being said, Buffalo going for it on 4th and 3, blowing coverage, and you're still able to, get a little screen pass in the flat and score. And they said, hey, if you want to do a screen pass, hey, we'll do it as well. And if you've noticed in the NFL, more and more teams are relying on the screen pass more than ever. Like I ended up sending Reflect every single offensive play by Geno Smith in that week 1 game. And that is kind of a trending theme. And of course, when guys aren't open, in the slant or on a hook route or a post, and it takes too long to develop and the offensive line might not be doing their job or the defensive line is winning the battle, you got to be able to, get the football out quickly. But it just seems like more teams are relying on that particular play, not as an emergency play where everything breaks down and you have to throw it into the flat as like the 3rd option, but it's like the 1st option where you're already going in is like, this is what we're running. And then hopefully you get some blockers downfield. And obviously a good job by both teams running in that little screen pass in the flat 7-7 Bills and Dolphins. Nice job. Glad it's not like 0-0 or 3-3. We're actually getting some tutties and making it interesting out there. We got 1 hour until the Mariners and the Rangers, so I'm excited about that as well. Let's go, baby. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Where do we at? Are we at least at like 15? Close to that? Hopefully we're getting up there. We were just at 10. Where are we at now? We're at 11. Now we're at 12. Appreciate you. Now we're at 14. Bang, bang. There we go. Now we need 6 more to get to 20. Appreciate you guys very much, and we'll hopefully be able to get that within the first hour, but 14 within the first 30 minutes, a good start. Thank you, guys. We'll see what Buffalo's got going here on their next opportunity. And like I mentioned multiple times on the screen, make sure you guys are taking care of your mental health, addiction, depression, anxiety. You know, these are things that a lot of people are going through, not only right now, but in the past. So if you feel like you're slipping a little bit into the darkness, make some minor adjustments to your daily routine. If you're not exercising, exercise. If you're not eating healthy, eat healthier. If you're not listening to music, listen to a little bit. You make these minor adjustments, plus adding time with your pets, your friends, and your family, spending somewhere positive a couple hours a day like the NWSF. You can be in a horrible, shitty mood, spend about an hour or two here, and it's not going to make everything necessarily better, but again, you'll be better off coming here and once you leave rather than not being here at all, and then you can end up being your normal self and win the day. Let's go, baby. Thursday night football, Buffalo Bills, Miami Dolphins, knotted up at 7. 3:21 left in the first quarter. Yeah, A-Chain. Yeah, like when he first broke out, no one knew how to pronounce the name. You know, and sometimes that's what happens. It takes a little time, or if the player, has it, kind of pronounced that way, but they just want it to do it a different way, and then they'll tell you how they want you to say their name. That happens once in a while, and NBA, NHL, NFL, and obviously the MLB. Thanks for the like and the share on the post. I appreciate that. Shout out to Elliot for that. And let me see here. Shout out to Elliot, Matt, Lauren, and Sarah for helping out there on the post. It'll help us get some more people through here in the room. Paisley Pup made an appearance, and then she decided to dip. Go back to the couch. She said, Dad's working. All right, here we go. Under center, hand off to Cook. Gain of 3 to the Buffalo 33 there. Terrell Bernard going back to the locker room, another injury. 143 tackles, 3 fumble recoveries, and 3 picks that led the team. Allen with the like and the share on the post. Appreciate that, brother. Little check down. Short of the marker. Shakir with the catch. And it's going to get a little interesting getting used to these names that are going to be a little bit different. Normally it was Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, and now the whole wide receiver room is completely different. The talent level obviously has dropped off a little bit, but you think, with Josh Allen and his swagger, his confidence, and obviously with his arm, he can make a lot of guys, that are average better. Kind of like Aaron Rodgers with Allen the Lizard Lazard. Rodgers always had an opportunity to make an average or, below average receiver seem relevant, with him throwing the football. Good defense there by Miami. Fumbled there. Picked up. Allen tried to make a play. Calais Campbell says, not today. Now we got Buffalo with a punt. Not the drive that they were expecting. Appreciate that, Allen. All right, Miami, your turn. Fair caught at the Miami 17. First down and 10. 2 minutes to play. Welcome to Miami, baby. Right above me. 7-7. I always found it kind of weird that when people ask what the score is when the scoreboard is on the screen. But I guess if you're not focused on the screen and you're looking down at the ticker, then maybe that's where your eyes are at. But the score will always be above me on the scoreboard. Appreciate you, Alan. I gotta take a look at some of the baseball scores here. All right, what do we got going on? We got Marlins and Nats knotted up at 3 in the top of the 8th. Red Sox and Yankees in a fist fight. Top of the 6th, 1-1. Rays 3, Guardians 2 in the end of the 5th. We got some final scores. We got Rockies 4, Tigers 2. Cardinals 6, Reds 1 in a final. Astros 6, Athletics 3. Boo! And it was Brent Rooker ended up hitting a home run late, I think in like the 7th or 8th to tie it up 2-2, and I was crossing my fingers that they'd find a way to win that, but the Astros are still tough. And then we got 2 games here late. We got Rangers and Mariners in about 1 hour, and then we got the Brewers and Giants after them. And then on the mound will be our stud Bryce Miller, and we're going to be going against Kumar Rocker. And let's look at the stats. So Rocker is making his first start, and Miller is 11-8 with 3.18 ERA. So hopefully we can get the dub off someone that is making their debut in MLB. And no Seager, as Reflect has mentioned with the injury. So Jacob deGrom, 60-day IL, but was supposed to come back tomorrow, and it sounds like he'll be pitching. And they have a few other guys, Spores, Latz, that might be coming back tomorrow as well. Scherzer a couple days after that. So they're starting to get healthy, but I don't see Seager on the injury report. So is he going to be playing or no? Let me look. I don't think so. I think, like I said, he's supposed to be out, but I don't know why they don't have him on the injury report. But yeah, so he's not playing, but they don't have him on the injury report, maybe because he's supposed to be gone for a couple weeks or maybe a month. Simeon, Smith, Langford, Garcia, Lowe, Young, Heim, Jankowski, and Tavares. And then we got Robles, Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, Randy, Luke, Justin Turner, Polo, JP, and Rojas. I like our chances. I think we're going to win tonight. All right, we're tied up at 7 here. 2 minutes left here in the first quarter. 7-7, Bills and Dolphins. All right, Miami, show me something. Fantasy owners worldwide and globally are looking for points. Handoff. Nice tackle there by Buffalo. Gain of 1 there at the Miami 16 or 17. Second down and 9. Yeah. All right, we finally got something started here. We're at $1.99 to go. Appreciate that. Let me know what you want to do for a photo or photos, and I got you. Stacks on stacks, Rex on Rex. Little Cactus Jack, bang, bang. $1.99 to go. Tyreek, hit him with the speed. First down, Dolphins. Move the chains. Reflect with a 3-er. Appreciate you. We're at 4 now. Stacks on stacks, Rex on Rex. A little Cactus Jack, bang, bang. We're at 4. 96 to go. Appreciate the 2 of you. Shotgun set. Tua. Got a man. Overthrows him. Intercepted. Man, Tua does not look good. Benford with the pick. Wow. Tua. Hope no one is playing Tua at quarterback in our fantasy league right now. Oh, my. End of the first quarter, 7-7, Buffalo and Miami. Terrible throw and recognition by Tua. And I know a lot of Miami Dolphin fans, they enjoy what they get out of Tua, but if the turnovers keep piling up like that, I mean, we might be talking about Tua like we were talking about Josh Allen a few years ago being a turnover machine. Little end around, good block. Shep's got Tua on the bench. Good. He loses goddamn mind. Two picks already in the first quarter, pacing for like 5. Not good. And again, you can go to Achane, but again, for this team to be, full strength, they got to have Tua on point to Waddle and Tyreek for the big plays, the screens where they get the big yak yards afterwards or the big deep throw. And then they got the steady yardage out of Achane since we don't have any Mostert or any of the other individuals playing. Sounds like they had a little bit of Wilson there, but Achane's going to get a majority. But still, even with 2 turnovers to start it off, we're tied up at 7, and anything can happen in this game. Let's see if we can get some photos up here. Get some AR here. And I love taking risks in fantasy football. If you're not taking risks in life, you're not living. And again, I always take about 3 or 4, every draft or throughout the season. Sometimes it ends up working out. Sometimes you get burned, by the risk. But again, as long as you end up having an insurance plan and a backup plan if something happens like an injury, you'll be fine. But at this point, Sarah, do you regret being a hardcore Colt fan by picking CJ Stroud and going for the popular up-and-coming player that has all of the weapons with Joe Mixon, and obviously seeing what I was able to produce with AR in week 1? Do you regret not drafting AR, or are you happy still with your CJ Stroud pick? Obviously, CJ is going to be able to get the yardage and probably won't have as many turnovers, but you're not going to get the same type of rushing ability, with AR. And there's more of an injury, obviously, concern with AR compared to CJ. So the safer pick would have been CJ Stroud. But again, if AR stays healthy, he's going to average, it seems like 20 to 30 points every single week, regardless of opponent. It's very exciting, and I was a little shocked that you didn't draft him, but getting CJ Stroud, if you would have went AR, I would have went CJ Stroud. You went CJ Stroud, I went AR, so it kind of just really depended on who picked who at what particular time. Double E started it off with Lamar, then ended up going to Sarah with CJ with the number 2, then Josh Allen with Megan at 3, right? Then Jalen Hurts at 4, and then I got AR at 5, so get into the second quarter here, knotted up at 7. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Josh Allen. I did see that. That came up on my timeline. And the thing is I think the Bucs are going to win the NFC South this year. So, again, if you had a full team of Bucs and we're rolling, you're going to get points pretty much everywhere. Baker's going to get mad points. Mike Evans and Godwin are going to get points. McMillan and Bucky are going to get points. Like, you're going to get points everywhere. The kicker with McLaughlin, the defense once in a while. So, again, he's not going to be able to win every single week with an all-Buck lineup, especially on the bye week. That's an automatic loss on, like, week 11 or whatever it is. But I don't know if that guy will be able to make the playoffs with an all-Bucks roster, but I thought that was pretty crazy. Allen, pump fake, sliding down. Smart decision there by Josh Allen. Yeah, and again, if AR is healthy for the full year, that could be the difference between me winning the championship or not. Especially having to go against rosters like Captain Oreos, as well as Reflect, and some of the other individuals that are in the league. You got to make sure that you got a backup plan. I got Baker and I got Dak. Will I keep 3 quarterbacks all year? Probably not. But again, I'm a value type of guy. So if I see value, I'm going to put that person on my roster. Shakir, first down, Buffalo, move the chains. Because that's really what it comes down to in fantasy. You can look at guys that are projected. You can look at guys for depth. But at the end of the day, when you're building your roster, it's all about value. Who's got the highest value that's sitting there on the wire that you want to add to your team? And it can't just be necessarily for, short term. I guess it can be, because some decisions are short term, like maybe defense, and others are going to be long term. But you got to make sure that you pull that trigger at that right time. Man in motion, first down and 10. Cook. Wow, look at that elusiveness. Took a game that should have been -2 and gained what? 5, 6, 7 yards? Unbelievable. Achane and Cook are money. Yeah, and I think that between the three of us, between you, Captain Oreo, Reflect, and myself, there's going to be times that we're going to be, projected for, 128 to 138, and that's going to be the highest in the league almost every week. It just depends if all our guys are healthy or not. Allen, 2nd and 7, got a man, going deep. Oh, incomplete. Good defense there by Miami on Samuel. Curtis Samuel, formerly of the Washington Commandos. Yeah, didn't even turn around and hit him in the back of the helmet. Field goal up and good. 10-7 Buffalo. And obviously that throw on 3rd down and 7 low, not even close to be able to get them, into that proper spot to keep moving the chains. But at some point or another, field goals are going to happen, but you're not going to want to live and die by the field goal, not with these two teams. But again, at least you're getting points. And if you're Miami, that's a win. Based off that interception that you had, anytime you end up having a big turnover, if it leads to 0 or 3, you can live with that. But if it ends up turning into a touchdown, those are what ends up usually being the backbreaker and you losing, at the end of the night. Nice 43-yard attempt right down the middle, and it's good, baby. 10-7 Buffalo. Yeah, just kind of shitty that, both of us have, guys that are injured. Arguably, the guy that scores the most points week in and week out with Christian McCaffrey, not able to use him for the first 2 weeks. But it didn't stop me winning week 1. And then now in week 2, I really could have used him. But at least I have Mason. And again, the projection for him is probably going to be about 8 points less. But if he plays like he did, in week number 1, it'll be very similar to what a Christian McCaffrey would have done anyways. So I'm hoping that that'll be, that piece that will match what I would have gotten from CMC, and we'll see how it all comes out. I mean, we're very close to each other, based off projected points. But at the end of the day, it really just depends on who ends up balling out. And I don't think anybody is going to be going undefeated. I think, everyone will have at least a loss. But depending on the upper echelon teams, it is possible that someone goes undefeated, but more than likely, everyone will have at least a loss, maybe even 2. But, there's definitely going to be 1 or 2 or possibly 3 teams that, definitely are dominating the league compared to some of the others. But it also depends on, bye weeks, waiver wire. If you have a lot of guys in one particular week, like most of the time you're going to have 1 week where you have like 3 or 4 of your starters that are out. So if that's the case, you want to make sure you're looking ahead in your schedule and you can prepare for that like a week or 2 in advance. So that way, if you know that your kicker and your tight end and your wide receiver have a bye and you're not comfortable with your wide receivers on the bench, make sure you're making those adjustments like a week in advance or 2 if you can. And that way that you can set yourself up for success instead of just saying, fuck it, I lost this week, and then hoping that you can still end up making the playoffs. So I'm always looking ahead. I'm always spying on all your guys' rosters, top to bottom. I mean, I'm usually, when fantasy season is around, I'm a madman. I'm probably on the app like 3 hours a day, every day, like no matter what. Either looking at, projections, looking at players, looking at your guys' players, looking at your guys' bench, and just trying to figure out any type of advantage that I can have to be able to beat you guys. Let's see what Miami has going here. Hopefully not another interception. And anything that you want to be able to see photo-wise or at the end reflect, you just let me know, and I got you. We're at 4:96 to go. And we're only 40 minutes away from the Mariners and the Rangers. Hell yeah. I love double dipping. But Njoku, obviously injured for you. I got no CMC. Obviously Njoku isn't going to score as many points as typically Christian McCaffrey, but, I'm really happy with the, kind of the strategy that I went with to go running back heavy. Just knowing that McCaffrey more than likely will be missing a few games this season. I didn't anticipate it being the fucking first two, but at least I was still able to come out with the dub week 1. But if I, didn't get enough production out of some of those other guys, especially getting a 0 out of McCaffrey and not being able to switch it because it was Monday night and a -2, it's not often that you can have, a 0 and a -2 and you can still win. Normally that's the end of you in fantasy. So 1st and 10, hand off. Short gain of about 3. 2nd down and 7 to the Miami 34. Yeah, Puka out. I mean, and again, I already knew, it's especially like I said, when you do a fantasy draft, you have to be able to predict, and I couldn't predict Puka was going to get hurt this year, but I just knew that Cooper Kupp was going to ball out this year, and for people to sleep on a player like that, who arguably, put on one of the best seasons ever that we've ever seen, even though we're a couple years removed, and the NFL is a what have you done for me type of league lately, and I get that, but I felt, going Mike Evans and Cooper Kupp, that was going to, be just as good as any other duo that is in the league. And there's obviously a lot of talent at the wide receiver position with Tyreek and Jetta and Jamar Chase. But again, you just have to be able to find players that fit your personality and guys that you like, that you can count on, and, guys that you feel comfortable with. And I think every fantasy player has their own guys. And each year we look for the same type of guys that we've had success with, and the guys that don't get hurt, guys that are going to be able to put on a good performance week in and week out. And we typically look for those same type of players. And then if they are not there, then we have to go to the backup option. But I think everyone kind of has their own MO and their own strategy of guys that they would look to get every year. 2nd down and 17. Shotgun set. Tua, little flip. Walker's downfield. Go. Decent gain there. DX with a 3-er. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos as well, and I got you. We're at 7:93 to go. Yeah, that's just a shame that he's still not there. And again, it seems like everyone just assumes that the Saints and the Buccaneers are going to get blown out, to the Cowboys and the Lions. But it'd be really cool if we could get one of our teams to win, or if both of us could win. But again, it's not going to be easy. Both of us are going to be on the road. Both of us are in hostile territory. It's not going to be easy, but there is a chance, especially the way that we played in week 1, if we can carry that momentum over. Big hold on Tyreek around the neck and shoulder, not called. Should have been called there. Dolphins with the punt. Fair caught on the 16. See if we can get some F1 photos here real quick. 10-7 Buffalo. Dexter Original Sin. I'll definitely be watching that. I'm a big Dexter fan. See if I can squeeze in one more here for you. I'll throw up a couple here for Reflect. Even though he doesn't usually care too much about the photos, but we can still represent with some Seahawk players while we go in between here. A little Kenneth Walker III. Don't know if he'll be able to play this weekend. Hopefully he will. A lot of players battling injuries already, but again, it could be worse. Again, the Rams ended up losing Puka Nacua and 4 out of their 5 starters. We'll have to see, or 3 out of their 5 or 4 out of their 5. So again, things can always be bad, but they can always get worse. And hopefully things will get better for, not only the Rams, but for a lot of our teams that have, injuries that may not be season ending, but, we didn't expect it to be this bad this early in week number 1. K9, baby. First down and 10. 10-7 Buffalo. Allen, play action fake, blitz coming, screen pass. Good tackle. Robinson with the tackle. Second down and 11 on the Buffalo 14. Ray Davis, 2023 at Kentucky, 1,129 yards, rushing, 323 receiving with 21 total TDs. Shotgun set. Allen looking for a receiver. Wow. Incredible. Threading the needle. Are you fucking kidding me? First down, Buffalo, but there's a flag on the play. That was a beautiful, probably the best throw that I've seen in this game, and one of the better throws, obviously, even if you go back and watch all the throws in week 1. That was incredible. Lots of traffic there. Let's see who it's on. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense. 15 yards added on. First down. Is that on Jordan Poyer? Uh-oh, the former teammate, Jordan Poyer. Oh, he definitely was targeting. He launched his helmet right into him. Come on, Jordan, be better. Jordan was trying to take that player out for the whole season right there, launching his body. I was targeting, baby. Man in motion. Allen, hands off. Davis with a nice game. Gain of about 8 or 9 there. Less than 10 minutes to go before halftime. Handoff up the gut. Rumbling and a bumbling. First down, Buffalo. Move the chains. Yeah, I'll be watching Washington State. I'll be doing Oregon State at 12:30. I'm not sure if I'll do the Mariner game later that night. Kind of just depends on if I have the energy to do it. But I always watch the Apple Cup and the Civil War, no matter what. I like to be able to keep up on, all the rivals and all of the games, even though they may not have as much significance, as they did in years past, because now some of these teams are no longer part of the same conference, with Oregon State and Washington State still in the Pac-2, turning into the Pac-6 that will be eventually the Pac-12 as far as teams are concerned. Second down and 11. Seager out for the season. Oh, that gives us a real good shot to be able to do some damage then, huh? Got to take advantage of that. What was the injury to Seager? Four wide. Oh. False start on the Bills. Second down and 16 on the Miami 38. I mean, between him and Adalis Garcia, they always have great pitching as well. But again, we don't wish injuries on anybody. But again, it's kind of nice to, at least play a team that may not be full strength. And hopefully we can take advantage of that. But I hope that he's okay. Super fun player to watch, I mean, we always talked about who is Mr. October, and normally it's Reggie Jackson. But Corey was able to take that moniker and run with it, obviously, last year. Allen, threading the needle. Short gain. Shakir, gain of 3. Sports hernia. Sounds painful. Halfway through here into the second quarter. Third down and 12. Shotgun set. Allen. Bootleg. Looking downfield. He's got a man. Wow. Wow. Down to the 1 yard line. Cook up the middle. Touchdown, Buffalo. Wow, that was fast. Cook is cooking. I mean, he can do it in the flat. He can do it right up the gut. And obviously, anytime the ball goes down to the 2 or 1, you're salivating if you got Cook. Because now you already know it's either going to be Josh Allen or it's going to be Cook. It's not going to be anybody else, more than likely. I mean, they could always do like a Kincaid play or go to someone else. But when you got rushing talent like Cook and Josh Allen and you're at the 1 or the 2, that's going to be 95% of who gets it right there. There's not going to be too many defensive lines that are going to stop that. Buffalo imposing their will. Extra point is up, and it's good. 17-7, Buffalo. Miami is 0-6 in the Josh Allen era, and it looks like they're going to be 0-7 unless they turn things around. And again, you got to be able to have better defense. Lacking there. They're lacking. And again, if you're going to go toe-to-toe with Josh Allen, Waddle and Tyreek need to get plenty of opportunities. Even if it ends up being a 5-yard screen pass and they get 40 yards and yak yards after, you got to make sure that you're getting those guys involved as well as Achane. Kick is up and good. 17-7 Buffalo. Dominant. Ooh, Zini got Cook. I'm going to look at fantasy here real quick. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, looks like me and Reflect don't have any individuals on either of these teams. Looks like Matt's got Bass, 6 points so far. Waddle on the bench with 4.4. Shep's got Tua on the bench with 2.8, but he's got Brock Purdy. So obviously I'd be going with Brock Purdy as well. Tyreek with only 3 for Sarah, but you would assume that he'll end up getting to at least 15 before the game is up. Kincaid with a 3. They got him 2 receptions early on and kind of faded away from him. Hopefully that he'll get involved. Elliott's got Miami's D on the bench. Mostert obviously injured, so nothing there. And then we got Megan with Josh Allen, 8.62, 108 yards with a TD. And you would assume that he'll get at least 2 or 3 more, opportunities for, touchdowns or big plays. I would assume Allen will end up ending his night with 20 to 30 points. And Chief has got Achane on the bench 2 weeks in a row. Come on, Chief. You got Swift and Warren in the game and Brown. All 3 of those guys are a billion times worse than Achane. Come on, Chief. You got to pay attention to your roster. There's no if you drafted Achane, you're playing him. RB1, RB2, flex. There's no scenario in my mind that he's on the bench at all. So I'm not sure what happened there with him. Sometimes I know Chief does 3 leagues or 4 leagues, and that might be what he's doing. He's not paying attention fully. He was the last guy to join our league. So, but I just want to make sure people are actually trying. But again, sometimes when you look at certain teams and you look at your team and you're like, damn, I got 0 chance to win this thing. So sometimes people get a little discouraged and whatnot. But again, that's the whole reason that we push you guys, with Reflect and Captain Oreo, myself and others in the league. Again, we're trying to make everyone better in the league to understand how to draft, how to get guys on the wire, and how good you're going to have to be able to be champ in this league. It's not going to come easy. Again, I'm an insane person when it comes to fantasy. It's one of my favorite things to do in life when it's fantasy season. And the more work that you put in researching players and the more, strategic moves you make and the draft that you have, the better chances you're going to be able to have to make the playoffs. And there's only 4 spots, out of 10. So you got to make sure that you're doing a lot to be able to get there. But I'm very confused why Achane has been on the bench for our for Chief for 2 weeks in a row. I mean, and then obviously he got bad luck with, Addison, Nacua, Schultz, Jordan Love. So his team has been depleted, more than any other team in the league so far. And he's lucky that he's got Jaden Daniels as well as, Jordan Love. So he can obviously go from one to the other based off that horrific injury that Jordan Love sustained, but not season ending. But you got Achane. Anybody that's got Achane, you better be playing him. Regardless if Tua's in the game or not. I mean, that guy is going to be able to get you, 10 to 25, 30 points, depending on the strategic part of the game. That's crazy to me. First down and 10. Man in motion. Hand off. Achane, baby. I mean, Achane like Cook. I mean, these guys are versatile. They have speed. They have quickness. They have agility. It's everything that you would want in a running back that might not be like the most popular guy. That's not like Christian McCaffrey. You get guys like Cook and Achane. They're making names for themselves. And again, these guys are touchdown machines. These guys are going to be able to get screen passes. They might score that way, but pounding it up the gut and on the outside, there's not very many defensive players one-on-one that can tackle Achane or Cook, and it shows, obviously, in their production these last couple years. Hand off again. It'll be brutal for Chief if Achane ends up scoring like 30 tonight, and he's got that on the bench. He needs to be able to make that substitution. Yeah, and I just don't understand the 3 guys. I mean, Swift on Chicago, that's like I wouldn't even roster him. Warren, right? And then Brown. I mean, that's why it shows you it's very important to draft running back. Otherwise, me and Reflect are going to have a third of the running backs on our teams, and there's not going to be a whole lot left on the wire to pick up even after week 1. You got to make sure that you're going deep at running back. Otherwise, you're going to be left in a position like that where you got kind of shit, for running backs. And unless you end up having amazing quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, defense, and kicker, you're not going to be able to recover from that. And even if you did have all of those pieces, again, not having, quality running backs will be the death of you in fantasy. Believe you me. Yeah, I believe he's probably doing more than one league. I mean, most of the time when I've talked to him, he's been in our league a couple times, but I think the couple times prior, he was doing like 3 or 4 leagues. And I feel that's too many, because you're not being able to focus. I only do 1, maximum 2 back in the day, but I've only done 1 in the last, maybe 7-8 years since we've done it here on the channel. Good defense there by Buffalo. But, again, I would take Achane over all the other 3 running backs that he's got. The other 3 aren't even really worth rostering, in my opinion. But, everyone's got their guys, or that's what you're left with, and you have to stick with it. Nothing you can do now, too, either on the wire, because there's nothing there. 4th down and 2. Tua. Uh-oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Buffalo looking pretty good, with all of the subtractions on the team defensively. They got like 4 starters on defense that are no longer there. No Diggs, no Gabe Davis, no fucking problem. But is Buffalo a better team without all of those defensive guys and no Diggs and Gabe Davis? I mean, I don't know. It looks like they're going to be 2-0, but once they play better competition and they get exposed a little bit, defensively and obviously with some of their weapons offensively, but that has yet to be determined. But Buffalo looking pretty good considering all the loss that they had in the offseason. And sometimes, you end up playing better. You end up having a subtraction, in your life. And sometimes it ends up being a positive, right? Especially if it ends up being filled with drama. And I feel like with Josh Allen and Diggs, it ended up being a divorce. It's waiting to happen. Diggs is a guy, kind of a diva. I want the ball. Give me the ball. And I imagine at some point he'll yell at CJ Stroud. But you got to remember, you got Joe Mixon there. You got Nico, who was the number 1 before you even got there. You got Tank Dell. And again, we understand that Diggs is a good player. And, he'll be getting probably the first looks or the second looks with Nico. But again, you can't act like you're the only guy on the team. And again, I feel like with Diggs and his attitude, that might be the death of that team at some point. Like it's kind of the honeymoon phase now and it's all brand new. But what happens when Diggs ends up having 1 catch for 4 yards and Nico and Tank Dell and Mixon end up having multiple touchdowns? Can he handle that? Can he be a team player and say, go Texans? Or is he going to be bitching about his own stats? That's why you have to be able to kind of look at the personality, of each wide receiver. And a lot of receivers are divas. They want to be able to get the ball and they know they can score, but you also got to be a team player too, and again, I'm not sure if Diggs is the team player that some people think he is. So, and again, you got to give Diggs credit. Josh Allen was nothing before Diggs. Once Diggs came and they had a true number 1, that's when Josh Allen took off. But now since Josh Allen has matured, he doesn't need that player anymore, but in the early part of his career, he did because he was so inaccurate, right? And he was really wild with his throws and still has kind of a interception problem. But so far this year, it seems like he's cleaning up some of that problem by not having to throw into Diggs and Gabe Davis in double and triple coverage. Maybe he's finally learned that if he spread the ball around, that's going to be the best fit for the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, Dolphins looking like some shit. But that's what the thing about the NFL, you never know who's going to win on any given week. I feel like the competition with the players and the skill set, it's the most parity out of any, 4 of the major sports, MLB, NHL, NBA. Yeah, you're going to get upsets there, but the competition level in the NFL is closer than any of those other 3 leagues. And again, there are going to be some bad teams, just like in every sport. But again, you got to be able to bring your A game every single week. And again, we see more upsets in the NFL than in any other, 4 major sport. Cook. Rumbling, bumbling, down the sideline. Dolphins look like shit. Leaping into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo. If you got James Cook, you are cooking. Zini Panini. My goodness. Wow. What Zini got? Zini got 26.7 out of James Cook. And she's got Pacheco as our RB1. Wow. I'm jealous. I wish I had a little bit of James Cook. Wow. Best running back they've had since Thurman Thomas. And remember, we were talking about this years ago when they were trying to beat the Chiefs. You need to be able to get an RB1, not about 3 RB2s or 4 RB3s and you're just rotating guy to guy. That wasn't going to get the fucking job done. But they finally ended up getting their star running back. But the only problem is now you're lacking at wide receiver and defense. but so far they haven't got exposed. And I like the Buffalo Bills with the 1-2 punch with Allen. I think they're a better team with Allen and Cook rather than Allen with, Diggs. Again, it's cool to be able to have that star receiver, but they're a much more balanced team with a stud running back there to take the pressure off of Allen from throwing all those goddamn interceptions in double and triple coverage. It's a more balanced, well-rounded team. Eventually they'll draft another wide receiver. They should have taken Xavier Worthy in the draft. That was a dumb thing by Buffalo. But at some point, another big name at wide receiver will join Josh Allen before his career is up, or they'll end up drafting one. But the balance is better with this particular roster. 24-7 Buffalo. Wow. Unbelievable. In the first half. Crazy. Now owners of Waddle and Tyreek are probably getting angry as shit now. You're at home, right? Maybe Miami's a little worse than what we anticipated going into the year. Maybe Buffalo is a little bit better. You got rid of a distraction, someone that's a me player in Diggs, right? Which I think it's still going to be a good fit there. Obviously in Houston with Mixon and Diggs, those are going to be two of the biggest additions to CJ Stroud and Nico and Tank Dell to try to take that team to the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl. But at some point, Diggs is going to implode. He did it on Minnesota. He did it obviously on Buffalo. It's just going to be, a matter of time, when everyone else is balling out and he'll have one catch for 4 yards or 5 yards and, he'll start causing problems on the sideline. But it may not happen in year 1 or year 2 with Houston. We might wait a couple years before that blow up happens, but it's almost inevitable. 24-7 Buffalo, my God. Like that, huh? The reason why our defense is rated low right now is because Antoine Winfield Jr. is out, and a couple of our starters are out that got injured in week 1. So again, normally I feel that we're not a top 5 defense like with Sapp or Brooks, or even a top 5, top 10, when we ended up having Antoine Winfield Jr. and then JPP on the line and Devin White and Levante David with Tom Brady, when we were legit like a Derek Brooks defense from back in the day. We've kind of regressed. Now we still got some guys like Levante and Antoine Winfield Jr. and Vita Vea, but again, we got a lot of filler guys trying to be able to, do the best they can, like Yaya and company. But screen pass there. But again, with no Antoine Winfield Jr. on the back end, and Devin White is on the Eagles now, and you got Levante David in the middle, and you got Vita up front, but there definitely are going to be some areas that you can expose, like in the secondary. So I feel that if that's the case, their run defense is good. They're going to stop Rachaad White this weekend and Bucky Irving. They're not going to be as successful as they would be against other teams. They're very stingy on the run, only averaging about 91 rushing yards to their opponents. So I don't expect a lot out of Bucky or Rachaad White unless we get extremely lucky with like a broken tackle and you get good yak yards. And again, the secondary is a little beat up. So I don't think we're necessarily 30th. But again, it's going to be a hard game to win on the road, and I think we would have had a much better chance if Antoine Winfield Jr., the best safety in football, wasn't injured. That really, hurt my heart a little bit, but we'll see what happens. 24-7, and at least it's not season ending for Antoine Winfield Jr. either. 2-minute warning, 24-7 Buffalo. But it looks like the interceptions are going to be lower, and there's going to be a few quarterbacks that, take a step back, like Joe Burrow, and then now Josh Allen, normally being ranked, top 3, top 5, might be climbing the charts. And I think now, with what you see with Lamar, what you see with Jalen with no Kelsey, these guys are still going to be good. But, Josh Allen lost a lot on defense, lost a lot on offense, and he looks like he's the second best quarterback in the NFL or right up there at the top. We already know Mahomes has got the rings, but again, if you watch Mahomes last year with all the drops, him and Kelsey and that offense weren't good last year. And if you had those guys in fantasy or had some of those players, you would realize that this year it looks like they're going to be a little bit better, especially with the addition of Xavier Worthy. Rice is still there, not going to jail or getting suspended until maybe after the season. Travis Kelce's numbers are definitely going to go down this year. They're not having to, utilize him in the same kind of way, but that probably will be better for this offense. More Pacheco, more Xavier Worthy, more Rice, Kelsey will definitely hurt a little bit, fantasy-wise and his stat-wise as well. But again, seems like the offense will be much better this year for Kansas City rather than what it was last year with all the drops. That's crazy that they have him ranked 30th, though. But again, I'm probably not going to play against you, Reflect. Rashad is going to be projected for 14.5. But I just know, based on his yardage, really the way that Rashad is going to get to 14, 15, 16 points is going to be his receiving, 6 for 7 for 50 to 70 yards, something like that. But a lot of times, White, if he plays a good defense, he might run 15 times for 30 yards, which is not fucking good, But again, he makes up for it with receiving yards and getting those touches and getting those catches since we're in PPR. But if he doesn't get enough of those catches, there is a good possibility that, White ends up with a 6 to an 8, this weekend. So if I have to go with Ford, going against an easier defense on the road against Jacksonville, I think that's going to be, probably the smart move for me. Now, do I want to play Rashad White because I'm a Bucs fan? Of course. But I also got Mike Evans and I got Baker. So again, I'll keep a couple of those guys on the bench. And also Bucky Irving might take away some of the catches and some of the runs that they're going to have, especially if they sprinkle him in because, he's got some good game himself as well as McMillan. So this is the best offense that we've had in a long, long time. Besides with the Brady era. Baker's got 2 good running backs to be able to run and throw to. We got Jalen McMillan, who's our best number 3 receiver maybe ever. So I'm really looking forward to the offense and the defense coming together. But it's going to be very tough against the Lions this weekend on the road. Less than 2 minutes to go here before halftime, 24-7 Buffalo. But knowing my luck, I end up benching Rashad White, and he'll end up going for 30, and he'll end up getting 100 yards, which is going to be crazy, and getting 6 or 7 catches. So I don't know. Sometimes you can have a red matchup that's projected, no, and then they end up, doing the opposite. So sometimes you have to take it with a grain of salt. Just because it's a green matchup doesn't mean it's going to be green results. You can end up having a red matchup and still getting 20 to 30 points. You just have to use your own brain and strategy and hope for the best. Absolutely. I was about to mention that as well after halftime. You hit it right on the head. Tua, screen. Less than a minute to go. 24-7 Buffalo. It's almost like watching a varsity team go against a freshman team in high school. Come on, Miami. Where's that big playability? And we got 8 minutes to go before the Mariners come on, so I'm going to have to turn that game on as well. 24-7 Buffalo. Shotgun set. Man in motion. Terrible play. That looked like a fuck up right from the very start. Guys out of position. They're flustered right now. I'm surprised the fans aren't booing yet. Third and long. 3rd and 11 or 3rd and 12. Looks like the pitch was supposed to go to the left, not the right. I don't see any scenario with this personnel of Miami coming back in this game. I mean, there still could be a big, long, 50, 60-yard bomb for a touchdown to Waddle or Tyreek, but I don't think it's going to be enough. $33 seconds to go before halftime. In the James Cook Show. H-Chan trying to do his thing, but offensive line is everything. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. And if you end up losing your O-line, good luck. And that's a big reason why the Bucs are going to be very good this year, by adding Graham Barton, the center from Duke that can play also guard and tackle. And him and Tristan Wirfs are a dynamic duo. And again, once you build up that offensive line, it may not be sexy in the draft when everyone is getting quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers and tight ends, and then you end up drafting a fucking center or a guard or a tackle. But believe you me, if they're good, and they, don't get injured. It's going to pay more dividends than that quarterback, running back, or wide receiver or tight end. Tua, flushed out of the pocket. First down, Dolphins. Move the Chinese. Uh-oh, Tyreek coming out. He's like, fuck this team. I need a better quarterback. Where's Patrick Mahomes? Robbie chosen, the chosen one. Shotgun set. Screen. Blockers downfield. But Buffalo is there. Man, Miami looks fucking bad. I mean, it's one thing if you're losing 24-7 on the road, then you can kind of like accept it. But when you're at home and you're getting absolutely blasted, right? And you're 0-6 in the Josh Allen era, they lose all those players on defense like Jordan Poyer, 4 or 5 starters from last year, right? And then you have no Diggs or Gabe Davis out there on the offense, so you've lost a lot of pieces. But sometimes it's addition by subtraction. And I'm very impressed with Buffalo's defense up to this point. We'll see how they do later on in the year, but the offense and the defense looks much better, even though they lost a lot of pieces. Who would have thought that? Well, Tyreek's probably got to keep on playing because he's got like fucking 12 kids by like 10 baby mamas. So, and I imagine he's not done. He'll end up having more baby mamas and more children. So that's a lot of child support. Second down and 4. Shotgun set. He's like the modern day Sean Kemp. Tyreek Hill. First down, Dolphins. 1st and 10 on the Buffalo 23. And if they have any chance of trying to get back into this game, they need to score a touchdown here. Field goal will stop the bleeding a little bit. Then you're down by 2 tutties. But if you can get it to 24-14, you'll actually have a shot, going into the second half. It might not be a big shot, but you'll have a shot. We're at 7, 93 to go. And a lot of those big plays that you would see, those 50, 60-yard bombs to Waddle and Tyreek, is because they had an offensive line that gave Tua enough time to be able to have Tyreek and Waddle run that route and get past the second defender and the safety over the top to be able to get the tutties. And now, if you're watching Miami, they don't really have that same type of time for Tua to go through his progressions. And 2 bad interceptions already in the first half from Tua. And they better not go away from Achane, because at the moment that you do that, the game is over. You got to try to be able to have a balanced offense, and Achane is a guy like Cook that could end up scoring from the screen pass or running up the gut. But again, when teams get behind by 17, usually the running game goes out the window, and that plays into the hands of the defensive coordinator on the team that's ahead. And then once you go into the second half, you can pound the rock, bleed the clock, and that's what you're told to do. When you got to leave a lead going into the third quarter, especially up by 17, you pound that rock and obviously bleed that clock away. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. Smash that like button if you haven't done it already. How close are we to 20 on the likes here? We're almost at halftime. We're at 21. Nice. 9 more to get to 30. There we go. Jonnu Smith, the former tight end of the Tennessee Titans. Second down and 3. 12 seconds left. They got to get in the end zone here. And they got Mariners and Rangers just about to start right here at halftime. So I'm going to turn that on here as well so we can follow both. Another timeout. All right, let me get this other screen up and going. Second and 3. Tua, throw to the sideline. What was that? Golly. Brian Wu was magnificent last night. Hopefully Bryce Miller and Miller Time can get it going. Kick is up and it's good. 24-10 Buffalo. We're at 22 likes, 8 more to go to get to 30. I got both games on now. Mariners and Rangers, as well as this shellacking that the Buffalo Bills are giving the Dolphins. Oh, it's Bark in the Park night? Oh, we're winning fucking tonight. Oh, the dog even is bringing a bat into the game? Uh-oh. Watch out, Rangers. Bark in the Park. We're usually undefeated when that happens. I would love to be able to take Paisley to Bark in the Park. She would love it. Rangers and Mariners, baby. 70 and 76 Texas Rangers versus the 74 and 72 Seattle Mariners. Let's go. Tyreek is like, fuck this, I'm going to the locker room. All right, baby, let's go Mariners. Bryce Miller on the mound. And again, we're just approaching halftime here. And now it's halftime. 24-10 Buffalo. I'm going to turn on some audio here so I can hear what's going on. Top of the first, 0-0. Rangers and Mariners. First pitch to Marcus Semien. 1 ball and no strikes. I'll be calling a little bit of this game here with the Mariners and Rangers while we wait for halftime to end. Let's go, M's. 1-0 pitch. Pitch on the bottom corner for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Go M's, baby. Gotta give the support any way we can, even if it's at halftime only. 1-1 pitch. Miller. Strike on the outside corner, which was definitely a ball, a foot off the plate, but we'll take it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Let's go Mariners, baby. Semien popped up and right in between Randy Arozarena and Julio Rodriguez. Nice single there for Marcus Semien. Leadoff single. And again, we are doing the Buffalo Bills and the Miami Dolphins, 24-10 at halftime. And while it's halftime, we're going to end up trying to keep up with the Mariners and the Rangers. And I'll kind of give commentary on both, depending on, if there's a timeout or a big play that happens. Next up is Josh Smith, batting second for the Rangers. Hopefully we can get an easy double play here. 265 average, 12 homers, and 56 ribbies for Josh Smith. Career versus Bryce Miller, 0 for 2. Let's make it 0 for 3. Runner is going. Get his ass out. See you later, Marcus Semien, you dummy. Trying to run on Cal Raleigh? Not today, baby. No, it's just a 2-game set. Now we got the Rangers, and then we got a few games with the Rangers, and then next week, starting on Tuesday, it's the Yankees. So we got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday against the Rangers, Monday off, and then starting Tuesday with the Yankees, I believe. Yeah, it's only once or twice a year we're going to have a 2-game set, and normally it's interleague play. So it was only a 2-game set with the Padres. Popped up, 2 away. Top of the first, 0-0, Texas Rangers, Seattle Mariners, while waiting for halftime to end for the Bills and the Dolphins. Next up, for the Texas Rangers, Wyatt Langford. 250 average, 10 homers, 63 ribbies. Cal at the top of the board for home runs, RBIs, as well as throwing batters or runners out that are trying to steal. Nice to be able to have a leader that can do both. Takes a strike, 0-1 count. Let's go, Bryce. It's Miller time, baby. 0-1 pitch. Langford, line drive, throw to first. 3 up and 3 down. Let's go. Good start for the Mariners, baby. Hell yeah. Let's take a look at the schedule. So what we're going to be doing in the next few days. So tomorrow, we're doing the full game, obviously, of the Rangers and Mariners. And it's going to be Jacob deGrom making his first start of the year against Emerson Hancock, who got called up because Castillo is injured. So that'll be interesting. So we'll be live tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific. Saturday, Civil War, Oregon State at 12:30 Pacific. So it'll be a little bit early on a Saturday lunchtime, right when people are kind of waking up and going into lunch at noon, 12:30. And then the Mariners and Rangers play at 6:40. So if I do have the energy, I may end up doing 2 streams in one day, since that game will start at 6:40 p.m. It'll give me a couple hours rest, but it all depends on Paisley. Then on Sunday, same kind of scenario. On Sunday, we may do 2, Lions and Buccaneers at 10 a.m. if I decide to do that stream, as well as the Bears and Texans on Sunday night. Or I might just watch the Lions and Bucks and then do maybe a reaction video to the Bucks-Lions game and another one, and then do Sunday Night Football, which will be Bears and Texans, Caleb versus CJ Stroud. And then on Monday, we got the Falcons and the Eagles. And then on Tuesday, that's when we end up playing the Yankees with Aaron Judge. So that's kind of what we're looking at. There may be 2 streams on a Saturday, possibly 2 streams on Sunday, but it kind of just depends with Paisley and how everything is going at that particular time. So, but we're definitely doing at least 1 a day. Reflect with the 3. Appreciate you. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little cactus jack, bang, bang. Let me know what you want. I got you. We're at 10, 90 to go. Little dribbler. There we go. Kumar Rocker getting rocked for a first hit by Victor Robles. And again, when Victor Robles gets a hit in his first 2 at-bats, at least one or the other, or the first 2, typically we end up winning. He sets the tone, just like Ichiro would. And when you get a base hit with your first guy, it really sets a message, to the other team that we're not playing around. Nice job by Victor Robles. There we go, baby. I like what I see. Next up, Julio Rodriguez. Pitch right down the middle for a strike. 0-1 count. Victor. Go, baby, go. Yes. Julio with a nice base knock. Victor going to third. Run, run, run. Hell yeah. Anna in the building. What's good? Vamos Mariners. Great start. First two batters, two singles. Runners at first and third. On the corners with no outs. Let's go. Great start there. 128 hits for Julio this year. Leads the team. Nice job, Julio. When's the last time that we had a Victor Robles, Julio Rodriguez back-to-back singles? It feels like forever. We win this game, then since the Astros won, what are we down now? Are we down 4.5 now? We were down 3.5, but what is it now? 4.5? Based off the Astros winning today against the Athletics. So Astros won, and then if we win, then where are we at? Next up is Big Dumper, Cal Raleigh. It's 4. So if we win, then it's 3. So they won. So they went to 4. And then if we win, it goes down to 3, correct? We're going to win tonight. So we just got to keep grinding away these 0.5. Oh, it's 3.5. Okay. If we win, each game is 0.5. Thank you. Next up is Big Dumper, Cal Raleigh. Big swing and a miss. Julio's still second. Here we go. Runners at second and third with no outs. Let's go. Hell yeah, we got to be aggressive. And hopefully we drop down some bunts here today too. And we're at halftime, 24-10, Buffalo. So we want to make sure we're maximizing our opportunity here because this is obviously the stream that I would have done if we weren't doing Thursday Night Football. 1-1 Red Sox versus Yanks. Anna from Mexico. Let's go Mariners. Anytime the Mariners are on at the same time, if I'm doing football, I'm definitely watching both. There's no question. 2-2 pitch. Good eye by Cal Raleigh. Did not swing. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Home runs in seasons. 27 in Cal Raleigh's rookie year. 30 last year. And he's at 30 this year. And I think there's a very good chance that he'll end up with 33, 34, 35 before the season ends. 3-2 pitch, and that is a strikeout looking. 1 away. First big league strikeout there. And we got a few more minutes away before we get started here in the third quarter, so we want to maximize every opportunity we have. Next up for the Mariners, left fielder Randy Arozarena. Big swing and a miss. Come on, baby. Let's get an RBI here. Bases clearing double would be great, but again, we'll take anything that we can get. Come on, Randy. I got to refresh. Runners at second and third with 1 out. 0-1 count to Randy Arozarena. The Ranger announcers are horrendous compared to Seattle's. I know some people don't like the Mariners announcers, but golly, once you listen to someone else's announcers, you start to realize that the Mariners actually have, pretty solid announcing team compared to some of the other teams. Oh, something's happening here. All right, come on now. There we go. I just had to refresh it. All right, bottom of the first. Runners at second and third with 1 out, 1 ball and 2 strikes from Rocker to Rosarina. And again, halftime is just about to end, and then we'll end up getting back into the NFL matchup. 24-10, Bills with an ass whipping on Miami. That one chopped foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Get that exercise in. Big swing and a miss. Down goes Randy. All right, start of the third quarter is just about to start, so I'm going to have to go back to the... All right, I'll mute this. All right, keep this screen up. Move it to the side. We're still going to follow what's going on with the Mariners. And I got to turn the volume back up over here. I'm going to have to close out the Mariner game for the time being, getting back into this. And anything significant that happens, obviously, you guys can holler and let me know. All right, here we go. Third quarter underway. All right, here we go. Let's see what Buffalo can do here. Does Miami have any answer for Josh Allen? They're 0-6 against the Josh Allen Buffalo Bill era. Little screen. Nice gain by Dalton Kincaid. They went to him twice early at the beginning of the game, and then they forgot about him, and then went right back to him in the beginning of the third quarter. A gain of 1 or 2 ended up turning into 9. Nice job. 2nd down and 1. Allen under center. Hand off to Cook. First down, Buffalo. And they're not going to be able to stop Cook. I mean, the guy is money. And again, he can catch, he can run, he's got great vision. A fantasy dream at running back. Move the chains. First down and 10 on the Buffalo 47. Absolutely. Go M's. Little screen. Good tackle by Miami. All right, I got the Mariner game up here as well. Hand off to Cook. He slips. Good tackle there by the Dolphins. 3rd down and 7 on the 50-yard line. 4 plays, 17 yards. Still 0-0 here with Bryce Miller on the mound against the Rangers. 3rd down and 7, which doesn't seem like a major problem for Josh Allen in Buffalo. Hi, Paisley. Timeout is called. 1-0 pitch from Miller to Lowe. Popped up. 2 away. Let's go, Ems. Third down and 7. Ball on the 50-yard line. Does Miami have any answer on defense? And we're at 0-0 here with the Rangers and the Mariners. Wow, was that a home run? Fuck, the Rangers just homered. 1-0 Rangers. Fuck. Robles tried to rob the home run and missed it. Damn it. 3rd down and 7 on the 50. Shotgun set. Allen. Bootleg. Scrambling. Got a man. Incomplete. And Josh Young, 99.9 miles an hour. And Victor Robles lost his mitt as he was attempting to rob the home run as it goes over the wall. Wow. I don't know if I've seen that. He's like, I have no mitt. And then you got somebody there in the bullpen. One of the individuals got Robles his glove back. That's crazy. Bills with the punt. Fair caught at the 11. All right, Miami, your turn. We're waiting. Now Jonah Heim up. Rangers 1, Mariners 0. I'm going to go get Paisley some food, so give me 1 second while we're doing both of these games. All right, I'm back. Just had to give Paisley some food. We're watching the Mariners and the Rangers go at it, as well as the Buffalo Bills and the Miami Dolphins. Multitasking at its very best. And hopefully for Miami's sake, they can make this game somewhat interesting. And hopefully the Mariners can come back from that missed opportunity by Victor Robles, trying to rob that home run and lost his mitt over the wall. But at least it's only 1-0. It was only a solo jack rather than a 2-run blast, 3-run blast, or a grand salami. All right, Miami, show me something. Megan in the building. How are you? 24-10 Buffalo, 1-0 Rangers over the Mariners. Ooh, signed jersey auction, Edgar Martinez, Ichiro, and King Griffey Jr. Wow. Justin Turner in the box. Hand up in the building. What's good? Thank you, brother. Shotgun set, handoff. Nice defense from Buffalo there. Minimal gain. 2nd down and 8 on the Miami 13. And we got a 1-0 game here with the Rangers and the Mariners. Justin Turner grounded out. 1 away. I got my personal email. If you follow me on like Twitter/X or Instagram, I don't know if you follow me on there, but if you have a X account, Twitter/X or Instagram, I can send you my email if you want to send me something, or you can always send me, something through Instagram or Twitter/X. Most people send me things that way rather than email. No worries. You got to be able to spend time, with the Hawks fans. So 24-10 Buffalo. Nice little screen pass there. And Buffalo's offense and defense have been pretty impressive here today. 2 interceptions in the first half. They need to go to plenty of Achane, but also on top of that, you got to get Tyreek and Waddle going. Otherwise, you have 0% chance of coming back. The defense doesn't look very good for Miami today. We got Polo in the box. 1-0 Rangers. Dobbins, yeah. Good to have some good depth at running back. Lots of injuries already, going into week 1. Second down and 6. Shotgun set. Tua, hands off. Achane running into 2-3 Buffalo Bills. Minimal gain. 3rd down and 6. 3rd down and 5 on the Miami 30. Hi, Paisley. Daddy's almost done. 3rd quarter, okay? We'll go for a walk when I'm done. I love you. Go eat your snack and drink your water, okay? Lay down. Sit down over here or lay down on the couch, honey. Lay down over here. Good girl. 3rd down and 5. Shotgun set. Pressure coming. Floater intercepted. Go. And that's going to be a pick 6. Touchdown, Buffalo. That reminded me of like Will Levis, when he was going down to his knees and just flipped it, and it ended up being a pick 6. Tua, you have to be much better than that. You already have 2 picks, and now you have 3, including a pick 6. Miami is stinky bad. Terrible. Wow. He was trying to throw it away, but you got to be able to throw it out of bounds clearly, not float it up where it might be going out of bounds barely. Anytime you end up floating it like that, you have to make sure you got enough oomph on that football that it's 5 yards, 10 yards deep, hitting a trainer or one of the guys holding the chains, or an assistant. If you float it up like that, and it doesn't even hit, the out of bounds, out of play area, you're going to run a risk for a pick 6, and that's exactly what we got. Wow. Extra point is up, and it's good. Miami looking like some shit. Buffalo, surprisingly, looking much better than I think anyone ever anticipated. Not only, with losing Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, they look better, obviously offensively, without having to worry about that drama at wide receiver. James Cook is a stud. They're better off with a good running back than a good wide receiver. And the defense has been magnificent on the road for the Buffalo Bills. And the crazy thing is they've lost about 4 or 5 starters from last year. And normally when you lose 4 or 5 starters on a defense or offense, you suck. Even if you ended up reloading or rebuilding in the draft or free agency, normally you're not going to be good. But for Buffalo, it looks like, you're getting addition by subtraction. You're getting rid of Gabe Davis. You're getting rid of Stephon Diggs, the diva, right? He goes to the Texans and he'll help them out. But obviously him and Josh Allen, were in a honeymoon phase the first couple of years, and then it led to a divorce last year where they were, Diggs was kind of yelling at Allen all the time, not getting the ball enough and whatnot, causing problems with the Buffalo Bills. But now they have a divorce and they move on. And now the talent at wide receiver isn't as good, but it may not need to be. Josh Allen can use his legs. He can go to the other wide receivers and spread it out more evenly. And the defense, even though they lost 4 or 5 starters from last year, they look just as good. No, better than last year. Pretty impressed. 31-10, Buffalo. 2 interceptions in the first half for Tua, and now a pick 6. I mean, these quarterbacks have to learn, just like Will Levis did against the Bears. You ultimately lost the game by doing that flip as you're going down to your knees. It's always better to take a sack lunch, right, and have that bad stat against you rather than trying to be a hero, or throwing it away and then not getting it far enough and it turning into a pick 6, because now you have 0% chance of coming back in this game. I mean, you pretty much already had a 0% chance, what it felt like, even at 21-10 or 24-10, but now you're definitely not coming back. And now Buffalo might end up putting up another touchdown, 2 or 3, maybe even a field goal. I mean, there's a good chance that Buffalo might end this game, somewhere in the 40s. I don't think they'll get to 50, but there's a chance for them to get into the high 40s before this game is over. Unbelievable. I mean, hell, if they end up getting 2 more touchdowns and a field goal, that'll put them at 48. Crazy. Oh, yeah, 100%. I don't think the Dolphins are terrible. I mean, they were down big in week 1 and came back, but they're not coming back this week. And again, sometimes it just depends on who you play and how you can execute your offense. But this is one of the worst games that I've seen from Tua in his NFL professional career. And the Mariners are down 1-0 right now. Bryce Miller on the mound, top of the 3rd, 1-0 Texas. Victor Robles tried to rob the home run, lost his mitt, and it just barely went over. Tua, terrible. And Josh Young, homer to center, right center, 1-0 Rangers. Come on, baby. But when you lose offensive linemen, right, and Miami did, so even though that, Diggs and Gabe Davis and 4 or 5 starters on defense, that sounds bad, right? But the Dolphins, they didn't really have as many losses, but they did lose a lot of guys on the offensive line, and it shows. Because in previous years, Tua would have all the time in the world and would play like a top 10 quarterback, and at times would even be a top 5 quarterback because he would have time to go through his progressions, to go to Waddle, to go to Tyreek, to go to Achane. Now he doesn't have that kind of time, and he's getting exposed. Shows you the offensive line and the defensive line are the most important positions in football. Quarterback is very, very important as well. You got to have a good signal caller and a good leader. But again, you can have a Ferrari, but if you got no gas, you're not going anywhere. And that's what the O-line and D-line provides, as well as a good play caller, a good OC and DC. Nice tackle by Buffalo. Buffalo is playing this game like they're at home. Golly. Dolphins fans, I don't know what to say, man. This is rough for them. If you were getting your ass kicked on the road, then you could kind of accept it. You're like, well, fucking A. We're a warm weather team. We're in Buffalo. Josh Allen is the truth. James Cook, what can you do, right? But you're at home. There should be no way that you're down by this much. With all of the losses that Buffalo had last year, both of these teams are 1-0, but only one is going to be 2-0, and that's definitely Buffalo. 3rd down and 4. Tua. Pressure coming. Tua has barely any time. Nice catch. That was actually a nice throw by Tua. First down, Dolphins. Who the chains? I ended up watching the film this morning, Megan, of every offensive snap by Geno. I can send it to you if you'd like, if you want to go back and watch every throw that Geno made in week 1. It's on a Twitter/X post. But obviously to kind of break down how it was going in the early part of the game and then obviously into the second half. But it's not a long highlight. It's only, maybe like 5-6 minutes long. But I found it very interesting because I like to watch the offensive line, the protections, and then obviously seeing, what's going on with DK and Lockett and JSN and Walker and Charbonnet and the rest. So I usually end up sending that film typically to Reflect. But if that's something that you want me to be able to send to you, on Twitter/X, if you ever check that app, I can send it to you anytime I watch Seahawks stuff. Let's see if Tyreek stayed in bounds here. Toe drag swag. Looks like he got in, maybe with the tiptoeing in my Jordans. Let's see if he gets a little turf or grass. That's close. Hey, Arch. Goodbye. And I am watching the game right now. Yeah, it's a cool highlight, like I said, because it gives you kind of an idea on how the offensive line is doing. And I was actually going back and looking at PFF rankings, and PFF rankings for Seahawk players have been at an all-time high. In week one, they had Charles Cross as the number one rated tackle, and they had a lot of other players that were up there, towards the top in their position. And yeah, it's only week one, but that's a good sign, because a lot of times, last year, Seahawk players weren't ranked in the top 1, 2, 3, 4 in their position in that week. So to see the improvement, that obviously the new coaching regime is having is nice. Achan, first down, Dolphins. Move the chains. Yeah. Definitely going to be a tough couple years, and again, a lot of stuff needs to change. If you guys actually had a new owner, with like Tepper and company, like I feel like it all starts at the top. And if ownership is bad, then it trickles down to the GM and then the head coach and then the OC and the DC and then obviously all the players. And it's going to be probably a little bit longer of a transition than the Jags had, being the worst team for 2 years in a row. Floater, almost intercepted. Wow. Intended for Julian Hill, and he almost had it on his fingertips, went to the Buffalo Bill secondary, almost had a pick there. I appreciate that. Anyone that donates, $1 even, it's going to help, towards the dream for me to be able to continue to do this dream and, pay the internet bill, take care of my pup, so, whether it's a $1 or $1,300, any type of support that I can get, likes, subs, views, donos, it all ends up being very much appreciated. 31-10 Buffalo. Miami driving here on Buffalo. 3rd down and 3 on the Buffalo 12, but they need a touchdown bad. Yeah, even though it's football season, I still will end up doing, 2 or 3 Mariner streams a week, in this month. But again, we have to do Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night. I got to do reaction videos, obviously during the afternoon. But at night, we're definitely going to be doing whatever, whatever it is, whatever game is possible. Like tomorrow, we're doing the Mariners and Rangers. It's just, I got to make sure that I'm taking advantage of, the NFL and the college football season while it's here. Plus, we already did over 120 games, 130 games up to NFL season, and my goal was to do about 150 out of the 162 games. So, I'm already doing more than any Seattle Mariner YouTuber or streamer that's, grinding right now. So, 4th down and 4 on the Buffalo 13. Trips left, shotgun set, Tua, pressure coming, steps up in the pocket, run! There you go. First down. Dolphins, and he takes a shot, and I think he got a concussion. Uh-oh. Tua's concussed. Out of the game. Game over. And we already saw it when Tua got concussed a couple years ago. Then he ended up missing a good amount of time. He is concussed, and he is out. Goodbye. That's tough. Bye-bye, Miami. But I believe they have – who do they have as their backup? Do they have Mike White, the former Jet backup? But Tua, decided to go, put his head down, jammed it right into the chest of the Buffalo Bill player trying to get that first down, and he is concussed. Damar Hamlin on the tackle, crazy. Like the two guys that have had like the most serious things happen to them, one guy almost, passing away on the field. Luckily, they had the right personnel to save Damar Hamlin's life. And then another guy that had one of the more serious concussions that we've seen in the last 5 to 10 years. Kind of ironic that both of those guys ended up meeting into each other for that play. Prayers up to Tua. Hopefully he's okay. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Rangers. Runner at first. Rocker on the mound. And hopefully the Mariners can bounce back. Rojas with the walk. Appreciate that, DX. Yeah, and again, once, we get to a point where the Mariners, end up making the World Series or winning it, or just getting there, or if the Oregon Ducks end up, getting to a natty, obviously Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans on YouTube, there's not very many. There's a lot more Saints, Falcons, and Panthers. A lot of the Bucs fans are at the game or they just watch the game for whatever reason. There's not a lot of social media presence out of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But there's a little bit, but not as many as a lot of the other teams. But I definitely believe if the Ducks and the Mariners ended up, hitting the pinnacle, like winning a natty for Oregon for the very first time and the Mariners winning a World Series, yeah, this channel would definitely blow up to a whole nother level for sure. And I do think that at some point that is possible, except the Ducks are not going to win it this year. They're not good enough, but hopefully they still make the playoff. And then with the Mariners, we're not good enough this year either, even if we were able to get in. But again, that's kind of the mission. It's not going to be easy. It's very competitive and very difficult. So we're at $10, 90 to go. Next up is Big Dumper Cal Raleigh. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Rangers. Runner at second with 2 outs. We got a commercial break. 31-10 Bills, and any chance that they had to come back in this game is absolutely over. And Tua will not be coming back into the game based off his past concussion history. And who knows how many games he's going to miss now. Is he going to miss only 1 game? Is he going to miss 2 games? Is he going to miss 3 games? Based on his concussion past, they have to take it serious with CTE and everything else. Yeah, we definitely got some cool mods. We got some great people that are part of this channel. And you're one of them, Stand Up. I always read your comments and you're always, making sure to let people know that, we got something special here. And again, there's going to be other channels that are more popular, but I would rather actually bring you stats and facts and not being biased and being able to grow organically and just instead of being a flash in the pan, and being hot for a minute and then not. I want to make sure that we have that consistency. And again, not every single person is going to be able to be a part of the NWSF, depending on if they're a troll or a hater or, if they just don't have any chat etiquette. But we are going to be able to have some special people to grow this channel, and Stand Up, you're definitely one of them. Megan with a 10er. Appreciate you. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little cactus jack, bang, bang. Let me know what you want to do for photos, and I got you. But we will be doing Mariners tomorrow. Then we got to the Oregon Ducks and the Oregon State Beavers for the Civil War at 12:30 Pacific on Saturday. The Mariners play later that evening if I'm not tired and I can take care of Paisley. We may do 2 streams on Saturday and possibly 2 on Sunday. We got the Bucks and the Lions at 10 a.m. I got to get reaction videos out too. And then obviously we got the Bears and the Texans on Sunday night. And then on Monday night, we got the Falcons and the Eagles. So Cal walk, nice. There we go. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. I got you. It's funny, though, that the people that bitch and moan that I'm not doing something that they want to see, those are the people that never donate, they never comment, they never share, they don't sub. We don't need people like that to come in and just talk shit. It's like you might be a watcher, and that's it, and that's fine or whatever. But I want to have people that actually want us to be able to grow and succeed. So it's like no matter what I do, working 7 days a week, for months at a time, you're never going to be able to please every single individual that's out there, and that's fine. All I know is I'm going to give you guys everything that I got on every single stream and every single video. And, some people are going to appreciate it and some will not. There's a lot of miserable people that are out there. That's just the plain truth. 3rd down and goal. Trips left, man in motion. Back shoulder, nobody there, incomplete. Barrios, the intended receiver. Thompson, 4th and goal. Randy pops it up. Foul, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 31-10, Buffalo. And they don't even go for the field goal. They go for a touchdown here, which you're down by 21, so I get it. Fourth and goal. And there is a false start or a timeout. I think it's a false start. No, timeout. I got you. 31-10, Buffalo. Skylar Thompson into the game. Two interceptions in the first half, a pick six, and then an unfortunate collision with DeMar, and you ended up leaving the game. So, not only is this a big hit to Miami tonight, it's a big hit to Miami's, season, because who knows when Tua is going to be able to come back and get cleared. Anytime you end up having a big concussion or 2 or 3 in your career, they're going to be definitely more cautious for him. And again, Thompson, not the most ideal backup to have for the Miami Dolphins. I don't want to say that their season is already over. They're 1-0, and they were down by double digits in week 1 and came back. But if you have Tua out for a few weeks, you might end up being 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, 1-5, and you might be looking at a draft pick at that point. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Hey, I appreciate that, man. And I'm glad that you were able to come through, and that's one thing that I do appreciate, not only having fans of the teams that I root for, but when you end up getting a rival fan just wanting to be able to watch a stream, there's nobody that does Cubs that's up to your standard, right? And then you ended up being a Mariner Cub game, and you ended up hopping in, seeing what we provide here, and we definitely have a unique type of look as well as a broadcast, and we're happy to be able to have you, man. And hopefully you'll end up being Northwest Sports Fanatics for life, brother. Oh, yeah. 31-10, Bills. All right, let's get some photos up here for Megan. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, please do. And where is the race being done for F1 this weekend? I mean, the only racing I really follow is NASCAR Cup, with the trucks and the Xfinity and the Cup Series. So anything that you can give me information-wise would be greatly appreciated. I'll try to sprinkle in a lot of your favorites here. 31-10 Buffalo. I mean, if I knew that it was going to be like this, I mean, maybe, doing the Mariner game would have been a little bit better. But again, when it's football season, you never know how it's going to kind of play out. But again, I have to try to maximize every opportunity that we have. When we're in hockey season, we'll do some cracking. When we're in football season, I got to do a lot of the Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night reaction videos, Oregon Duck live streams. So, I'm always going to be busy. It just kind of depends on whatever the priority is. But just because I'm not doing the Mariners as the priority doesn't mean I'm not watching. We're going to be watching multiple things at the same time. I mean, I love watching Red Zone. That's one of my favorite things to do in life besides fantasy football. I love it. Hope you enjoyed those. We'll sprinkle in some more when we get to another commercial break. Tua back to the locker room. I mean, Blazers, because I live here in Oregon, but I don't really consider myself a Blazer fan anymore, just because it's like I'll go to the games when people invite me. I got a couple of friends that have like season tickets or half season tickets, and I love going in person, but they make it so hard to watch the games with like, they used to be on like local NBC, then it was like Blazer cable, and then like Comcast, and then now it's like they're making it so difficult to watch a bad team. We don't have Damian Lillard anymore. Like I do like Shaden Sharp, but the Blazers are trash. And ever since Paul Allen died, they haven't really, done enough to keep the Blazer fans wanting to watch and go to the games. So again, I'll still go to a game or two a year, but again, I don't think I would call myself a fan like I do with the Kraken and the Mariners and the Bucks and the Ducks. I feel like that's the team that I'll still hope that they do well, but I'm not going to watch every single game like I used to when I was a kid or years ago. I'll catch a few games a year, but to me, the NBA is not that exciting anymore. And if I had a choice between NBA, NHL, or NASCAR, give me NASCAR and NHL all day, every day. I feel like the NBA is the worst out of all the four major sports. And the funny thing is, when I was a kid, it was my favorite. When I had Jordan and Bird and Magic and Drexler, Barkley and Olajuwon and David Robinson, and then even the next era was Shaq and Alonzo Mourning and Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant. But since then, I feel like in the last 20 years, the NBA has gone downhill. I mean, if you're a fan of like, the Bucks with Giannis and Dame, or, one of the high-end guys like Steph Curry or like Luka, then I get it why you like the NBA. But if you're like a majority of the other fans that are out there, the NBA is really hard to watch on TV, but it can be fun in person. But again, I don't know. That's the one sport that's taken a little bit of a step back on the channel is the NBA. We'll only do a couple streams a year on that. But, again, I'd rather do Kraken or NASCAR than do the NBA. It's just, I don't know. It's just not entertaining, and I'm not a fake person, so I can't do a fake stream where I'm jumping up and down and hooting and hollering, acting like I like the Blazers as much as, the Kraken or, the Bucks or the Ducks or the Mariners. I just can't be fake. So, even if people paid me to do the NBA, like say, oh, I'll donate $100 for you to do the Blazer game, I still wouldn't do it. As hard as that is to believe to people, it's just, I don't want to waste 3 hours of my time not being happy. Yeah, getting $100 would be great. But I would rather, get less and have fun rather than just be miserable and, collect the paycheck. So we're winding down here into the third quarter, 31-10 Buffalo, and we're at 1-0 Rangers. Young with a solo jack, and it's the top of the fourth. Bryce Miller on the mound. 1-0 count to Adolis Garcia, and no Corey Seager out for the year. All right, baby, end of the third quarter. I don't know if anyone anticipated this type of game. 31-10, Buffalo. Buffalo about to go to 2-0. Miami, they're about to go to 1-1, and they might end up going on a big losing streak, especially if they miss Tua for a few weeks. Get a few more photos for Megan while we're in a commercial break. One more quarter left for this matchup. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. Haven't seen or checked to see where we're at on the likes. Are we at 30 yet? I hope we are. I know it was going to be a little bit of a tough transition, when the Hawks and the Kraken both fired, their managers, head coaches. But you feel with Mike McDonald, it was the perfect guy to try to make this team into the baby Baltimore Ravens. And again, the offensive coordinator is brand new, defense is brand new. And it seems like, that they're on the right track. And I'm very excited to see the growth here with the Seattle Seahawks. And of course, everyone in the Pacific Northwest is still going to love Pete for everything that he provided and with his swagger and his personality. But sometimes, over a certain amount of years, you got to move on to someone new. And they did not mess up on the hire. They exactly hit it right on the head. And I'm very excited to see them compete with the San Francisco 49ers for the NFC West crown this year, next year, and the following year, and many years to come. And eventually they will win the division. You know, once the Niners have injuries, again, the Niners are kind of the cream of the crop based off their ownership, GM, head coach. You got John Lynch, you got Kyle Shanahan. You know, they got depth on offensive line, defensive line, running back, wide receiver, tight end, quarterback. I mean, they don't really have any weaknesses. But if they do end up having injuries, which they've had with Debo and Kittle, and that's prevented them from winning the Super Bowl in the last 5 years, you know, at some point the Seahawks will win the division. I don't know if it'll be this year, but I definitely think 10-7 is definitely attainable for this team. And the highest they could go would be 12-5, but everything would have to go right. And a lot of injuries would have to happen in the NFC West as well as the other opponents. But I think 10-7, 11-6 is definitely doable. And for all the haters putting the Seahawks as like the 22nd, 23rd, 25th best team is absolutely ridiculous. That tells me that they're not watching football and they're just doing it based on being biased. So, all right, let's start the fourth quarter here. 31-10 Buffalo. And we're in the bottom of the fourth, 1-0 Rangers. Luke Rayleigh, a.k.a. Nuke Rayleigh, in the box. Fourth down. Let's see where we're at on the likes. All right, we're at 23. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, please do. We want 7 more before the stream ends. Thank you. Now we're at 24. 6 more, and then we hit the goal for the night where we'll be at 30. Appreciate you guys. Bills with the punt. We're at 20, 80 to go. The Dolphins play Seattle. Well, Seattle will win 100% because I highly doubt Tua will be ready to play in that game. And even if Tua was playing, I still think Seattle would have a great chance to win the game. And it shows you can have, you know, quarterback, running back, you know, Tua, Achane, Tyreek, Waddle, and it's all sexy like a Ferrari or a Lambo. But if you lose 2 or 3 or 4 offensive linemen and your O-line stinks, which it looks like it does this year for Miami, right? It doesn't matter that you got a Ferrari or a Lambo, right? Or a McLaren. You got no gas. You ain't going nowhere. And every once in a while, you're going to get those big plays where the defense is out of position and whatnot, but could be a long, long year here for Miami. Obviously, losing those offensive linemen like Connor Williams on the Seahawks, little revenge tour. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being a bad blowout like this. It also shows you how important it is to have a good backup quarterback. Skylar Thompson ain't going to fucking cut it. Skylar Thompson is like a 3rd or 4th string quarterback, not 2nd string. You know, so that's why a lot of times when you see guys like Gardner Minshew that get taken for granted, that's the type of guy that you want when you have an injury, or like a Joe Flacco, where you're still going to be able to stay afloat when your starter goes down. Essentially 2 starters, you know, one's a starter and one's a backup just for emergencies. But when you don't have the depth, and then you go from Tua, who hasn't played well today, and then got concussed, 2 interceptions in the first half and a pick 6, and now you got fucking Skylar Thompson. Good night. Justin Turner, baby. There we go. Let's go. Hell yeah. That's my boy. Justin Turner with a solo jack. He has been so overdue. Pitch right down the middle. Fucking crushes it into center field. Way to bring that fucking electricity, my guy. That's my guy. 1-1. Rangers and Mariners. Yeah! Thompson, floater, incomplete. Good shit. Well, at least there's like another game that's going on that's more entertaining than the one that we're doing here. But again, if I would have known that it was going to be like this, I would have done the Mariners stream. But again, I got ESP, but not all the time. Sometimes it just kind of comes to me, or, I'll think of something, say it out loud, and then it happens. But I don't think anyone anticipated a 31-10 Buffalo Bill domination on the Miami Dolphins, on top of Tua throwing 3 picks, including a pick 6, and then getting a concussion. But at least the Mariners are making it interesting. 1-1, Mariners and Rangers. Nice job, Justin Turner, my boy. Short gain for the Dolphins there. 3rd down and 4 on the Miami 42. Yeah, I mean, he's one of the oldest positional players. He's 39, and a lot of times he DHs now, Justin Turner. But he had his best days with the Dodgers, and, ended up going to the Red Sox and having some good memories there, but not as much as LA. Then he went to Toronto and was only the DH, and then we got him at the trade deadline. And again, he hasn't really given us as much as like Victor Robles or Randy Arozarena, but he does give us, good vibes and aura, obviously in the dugout, as well as, some good play from time to time. But again, when you're 39 and you're at the end of your career, no one expects you to hit 40 home runs and 100 ribbies, and to be this everyday superstar. When guys age, again, it usually ends up just being for team fit and good aura and vibe. Von Miller, not the player that he was once on the Denver Broncos, but still making a presence known here on Skylar Thompson. Polo fly down. Next up, J.P. Crawford. Fourth down and 4. Ball start by the Dolphins. Everything going wrong for Miami. Come on, J.P. But we will be having all our focus on the Mariners tomorrow. We'll end up doing that. Jacob deGrom making his first start for the Rangers, based on having that injury. And then we're going to have Emerson Hancock, who normally is our AAA pitcher, that normally isn't on our roster unless we have an injury, but Castillo went to the IL. So, again, he'll be gone for a few weeks, and we're going to have Hancock in his place. So I don't really know if we're going to be able to win tomorrow unless we put up a good chunk of runs. But hopefully we will, and hopefully we'll be competitive tomorrow. 4th down and 9. Thompson got all day and all night trying to run for the first down, and you're not going to get it. Greg Rousseau with the tackle, and the Miami Dolphins are about to go to the CFL, the USFL, the XFL. Damn, they look bad. Sorry, Dolphins fans. Should have had a better backup plan to Tua. Great night for Buffalo. Bottom of the 4th, 1-1, Rangers and Mariners. JP fouls that one off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Come on, Mariners. It's hard being it's hard being an athlete, regardless on what level that you're playing at. But I'll tell you what, if they ended up having a better backup than Skylar Thompson, they would still lose. Like if you had a Gardner Minshew coming in, you'd still feel pretty good. Like, okay, we might lose this game, but the season's not over. Even if Tua misses like a month, like you still feel like you can win games, with a guy like a Gardner Minshew or like a Joe Flacco, even though he's kind of older as well. But it shows you, like, the Browns were incredibly stupid to let Joe Flacco go. And they decided that Jameis Winston was going to be the better answer. Now you got the 2 most, immature players on the same team with Deshaun Watson, who's a fucking criminal, right? And then you got fucking Jameis trying to eat W's over there. Good luck with that. T-Mobile is beautiful. Like I said, I don't think I could live anywhere, besides where I'm living now. Maybe Seattle would be my number one spot after here, and then Eugene, obviously, for the Mariners and the Ducks. But it's kind of expensive, up in Seattle, compared to some parts in Oregon. I mean, everything is expensive nowadays, but it's a beautiful city, man. I mean, anytime I usually go up there a few times a year to catch the Mariner games. I'll go to a Seahawk game once every 5 years and whatnot. And I hope to go to a Kraken matchup, at least this year or next year. It's a lot of fun, man. It's beautiful there. Eat a W. Jameis Winston, fucking moron. But it wouldn't have worked out if we drafted Marcus Mariota for the Bucs at that time either. We just didn't have the right coaching and the right supporting cast. And again, sometimes it just doesn't work out. Just like with Carson Wentz. Sometimes it looks good initially, but then you really start to figure out who is a good quarterback and who isn't. And just because you're highly touted or you win a Heisman doesn't mean it always is going to work out. For Marcus Mariota's, he's an amazing player, but his thing was he got injured too much. And if you look at his touchdown to interception ratio, he actually has good career numbers, but he just never could stay on the field enough. And when you get hurt and then hurt and then hurt, then you end up being a starter, then you end up being a backup, then you end up being second or third string, and then you never end up being a starter ever again. So at least Marcus is still in the league, being the backup, obviously with the Commandos now, Eagles the previous year. But, just because you win a Heisman doesn't mean that, you're going to end up making it. If anything, it almost ends up being a curse because there's so much pressure being the number one or number two pick, and then you end up winning a Heisman. It's like you have to live up to that, and a lot of guys can't, And again, whether they say they can live up to the potential or not, most guys do not. And it's almost better not to win the Heisman, so you don't have to carry that weight on your shoulders. Top of the fifth, 1-1. Josh Young in the box with that solo jack. And we got a Josh Young homer, a Justin Turner homer, and we're halfway through the matchup. And now we're in the fourth quarter here, 31-10, Buffalo. Second and 7, handoff. Short game, good tackle there by Miami. And if this game ends relatively quickly, I may end up calling the rest of the Mariner matchup because I can always flip the cards, the football cards to baseball. And obviously I can take off my butt gear and, put on some Mariner gear real quick and do that. But it kind of just depends on the timing of it all. But this game has already been over for a long time. It was already over in the first half, and then it was really over when Tua got hurt. Third down and 7. Shotgun set. Allen. Shakir. First down, Buffalo. Move the chains. Yeah, I mean, you know how I am. I always keep it 100 and I keep it real. I hope that we make it, but realistically, we probably won't. We had a chance to be able to, beat teams earlier in the year that we should have. Angels, Athletics, White Sox, and again, if you can't beat the bad teams, you're not going to make it. You have to be consistent throughout the year. And, we just weren't consistent enough. And again, we were the number one strikeout team up to the All-Star break, but now we're no longer the number one strikeout team. But on top of that, we were also the team with the lowest batting average, 30 out of 30. So if you're batting 200 to 220 3 years in a row and you're not improving, we got a lot of cool players on the team. But just because you got cool players doesn't mean that it's, going to work out. And a lot of the pitching staff hasn't been able to get enough run support. So, I'm still keeping hope that we can make it, but again, we need a big collapse by Houston and we need to get fucking hot as hell. And again, we got not only the Rangers here that we need to try to sweep or beat up, then we got the Yankees right after that. Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, Juan Soto. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but it's still possible. I hope the Mariners make it. But again, if we don't, and we miss it by a game or two, we're going to know exactly why. And the same thing happened last year. We made the playoffs with Cal Raleigh hitting that big home run, first, playoff appearance in 20 plus years. And then last year, we barely missed the playoffs. And it looks like this year, almost the same identical thing. Like, we're going to have a chance, but we might end up missing it by a half game, a game, or 2 games. But I hope that we find a way. Less than 9 minutes to go. 31-10, Buffalo. Joe Brady, the OC here for Buffalo. We're at 20, 80 to go. Trying to draw the Dolphins players offside. Okay, I will. The only problem is I don't think the Mariners have been able to do that, besides when we were hot way earlier in the year, when we had like a 10-11 game lead, in the division. And, that would be amazing. But again, we have injuries too. Castillo just got hurt, even though he's probably our 5th best pitcher. Our bullpen is banged up as well. It's going to take a miracle for the Mariners. If we're being honest, it's going to take a miracle for us to make it. But fingers crossed. Travis Jankowski in the box, full count. As DX is keeping everyone updated. Top of the 5th, 1-1, runner at first with 2 outs. Halfway through. Home run by Josh Young. Home run by Justin Turner. 1-1 game. I just can't wait for the time where we actually bring up our farm system, guys, and, we can actually hit better than 200, 220 as a team. But Kirby could have been better this year. JP could have been better. Julio could have been better. I mean, there's everyone is at fault. Allen, scrambling, bootleg, floater, incomplete. Good defense there by the Dolphins on 3rd down and 11. Runners at 1st and 3rd now for the Rangers. Allen leapfrogging the bench. Josh Allen got that athleticism, baby. Tyler Bass. Field goal is up. And no good. Wow. Wide left. Vamos, Mariners. I mean, we just got to wait for this goddamn NFL game to end so that way I can call the rest of this game. And I can flip the background. I can throw the Mariner chain on, throw the do-rag and the bandana and the hat on. And then, once this game ends, we'll probably be in like the 6th inning, maybe 7th. So, stinky kick, man. Do you have Bass in fantasy, Elliot? I would assume you do based off that comment. But hopefully he's gotten you something. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. Oh, Matt has them. Okay. So Matt's at 7. So there's still an opportunity to get, to 10 before the game ends. Sarah's at 13.9. Tyreek with a 6.6. Kincaid with a 7.3. That's tough. And obviously, when Tyreek went into the 2nd round, I don't think anyone anticipated Tua getting hurt early in the year, but that is rough for Sarah. And then Josh Allen only had a 9.76 for Megan, even though they're up 31-10. And really the story of the day is James Cook and Zini Panini, 28.5. Wow. Captain Oreo. Now she's right neck and neck with you, 138.9 to 137. And you had a big projected win on her, prior to this matchup. But now James Cook has scored so much. Captain Oreo is going to have a battle to see if he can end up winning here in week number 2. Come on, Bryce, settle in. Fucking A, bases loaded with 2 outs. Come on, Bryce. Yeah, and again, you had a big projected lead, and I think my goal every week is to be the number one projected team. And since I haven't had Run CMC, for 2 weeks, obviously that's going to fluctuate my numbers because obviously CMC normally is going to be projected for 20 to 24 points. So. And, you don't really know what you're going to get out of him, but he did average 24.5 every week last year. So, but again, when you can get a projection of 135 and above, that's typically going to be a lot higher than everyone else in the league, unless someone like me or Reflect has similar type of players that can match that. But Mazzini's big production out of Cook, now it looks like it's going to be a 50-50 matchup. But I think your team has better players top to bottom. So even though she got big production out of Cook, it still might not be enough to beat you. If you actually look at the starting lineups, of our rosters in our league, I think me, Reflect, and Captain Oreo by far have the best starting lineups. But again, there's going to be a fourth team that's going to end up making the playoffs. Is it going to be Shep or is it going to be someone else? We'll have to wait and see. It'll be very competitive, though. I know that. First down and 15 for, is that Thompson? And hopefully they just bleed the clock out. I don't know if you're going to get anything else out of Miami here. What a stinky second half. And again, going into the matchup, it looked like it could be intriguing. But again, Thursday night football, for whatever reason, the matchups, it might be good on paper, but a lot of times the actual game ends up being kind of shitty compared to Sunday night and Monday night. Sunday night and Monday night deliver. Thursday night, I don't know. It's very hit and miss. Right goes out of bounds. Third down and 14. M's got out of the jam, baby. Hell yeah. Dolphins at Seattle, loss. Tennessee, who knows? At New England. I mean, the way that New England's playing lately, who knows? At Indy, probably a loss. Arizona, probably a loss. Buffalo, at Buffalo, loss. And we got to figure out how long Tua's going to be out. But now Waddle and Tyreek's fantasy value is going down the shitter if they don't have a capable quarterback to get him the ball. And I went through that same damn thing with fantasy players last year with like Keenan Allen with Herbert. Once Herbert got hurt, I couldn't even play Keenan Allen anymore. Jay Jetta got hurt. It's like you got to make sure you got a solid quarterback. Otherwise your fantasy pieces pretty much are worthless. Injuries are a motherfucker, not only to the player that you have, but also the quarterback that's throwing, the wide receivers and tight ends the ball. Rough. One, bottom of the fifth. Let's go M's. Hand off. Achan. And Josh Allen is definitely going to get a lot more pub, and a lot more credit, especially if the interceptions go down, not throwing to Diggs in double and triple coverage. He's got the ability to score with his legs and his arm. He's going to spread the ball around a little bit more. The defense lost a lot of starters, but they look like more of a cohesive unit and addition by subtraction. So I didn't think Buffalo would be this competitive early on in the season with all the losses, but to the roster, but they look decent. They might end up being a playoff team this year. Hell, Buffalo plays like this, they might end up winning the division. I mean, we got to see if Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy throughout the full year for the Jets, but and obviously the Patriots, it's kind of a kind of a rebuilding kind of process, but I know their defense is going to play good, but we don't really know what we're going to get out of the offense. But AFC East is up for grabs. Judah in the building. What's good, brother? Chief with Chief with Achan 2 weeks in a row on the bench. I imagine he just has too many fantasy teams that he's trying to do. You know, because there's no way in hell that you got 3 running backs in the game, RB1, RB2, and flex. Achan is the best running back on the roster, and he hasn't even played in the first 2 weeks. Come on, Chief will Chief. Yeah, well, you know, Diggs, a guy, ended up making, Josh Allen better initially because Josh Allen really wasn't good before Diggs got there. But then after the honeymoon phase went off and they, he started kind of yelling at Josh Allen when he wouldn't get the ball, and it kind of turned into a divorce. And, I know Diggs will play very well, with CJ Stroud, but it's almost just a matter of time before he blows up on CJ Stroud when Tank Dell and Nico Collins both go for 100 yards and then 2 touchdowns each. And all of a sudden, Stephon Diggs has 1 catch for 5 yards and can't handle a team win because he wants to be the man. Diggs is definitely an ego guy. He was like that, with the Vikings. He's like that for Buffalo. And it seems like, it's a matter of time where it'll happen and blow up on the Texans. Now, the Texans have to pray that they win the Super Bowl before he does that. If they can win the Super Bowl before he blows up, then they'll be fine. But if it happens before, we'll see. Another single by Robles. There we go. 31-10, 4:20 left. The Buffalo Bills smoking the Miami Dolphins. And then this game ends relatively quickly. I can change clothes real quick, and then we can do the Mariner game and finish it up. Yeah, could you imagine if Diggs was at a place with a bad quarterback? He probably wouldn't even last the season. Can the Bears beat the Texans? Fuck no. Now, the Bears defense played very, very well against Will Levis, but going against Will Levis, one of the shittiest quarterbacks in the league, compared, and with no Derrick Henry, D-Hop was injured, and then going, and playing C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and a good defense, the Bears have a 0% chance of winning. Now they might be able to make a play here and a play there with Caleb, and you might have some defensive gems where they might get a pick on CJ or a couple sack lunches. But as far as winning, 0% chance. Maybe let's 1%, 99% Texans, 1%. Because if you're playing in the game, you're telling me I have a chance. I guess if Caleb ends up throwing for 4 touchdown passes, no picks, and the defense ends up getting a pick 6 on CJ, and they end up getting some special teams, punt return, kick return for a touchdown. Yeah, if you get all of those things that happen, yeah, the Bears can win. But I highly doubt you're going to get offense, defense, special teams beating the Texans at home wearing their icy white alternate unis. I imagine it could get really ugly really fast. And if we're being honest, if you ended up watching the Bears, Caleb didn't really play that well in his first professional game. He got bailed out by the special teams and the defense. They ended up putting up 26 points, in fantasy on defense and special teams. So, if you end up getting a pick 6 and sack lunches and you get that type of help, that definitely is going to be the reason why. And hopefully Caleb will get better, as the season goes on. But I just don't think that they're going to win on Sunday Night Football. Thompson. Nice catch. First down, Dolphins. All right. My Venmo, Cash App, and YouTube Super Chat will be open for you stand up on Sunday. But there is no chance the Bears are going to win. And I do like their defense from last year and this year. They do have some good pieces. That's like the best part of their team is their defense, even though they got Caleb and Rome Odunze got injured. You got Keenan Allen overweight, so it's like you got some pieces there. But again, I don't think it's going to be enough. They haven't been the same since Khalil Mack ended up leaving, and again, when David Montgomery was there, it was a different type of game plan. And again, when you end up losing pieces like David Montgomery and Khalil Mack, sometimes you're not going to be able to recover from that. Yeah, well, he's a Cubs fan, so of course he's a Bears fan too. So good defense there by Buffalo. But at least, for the most part, I think most Bears fans are excited that this is the best quarterback prospect that you've had in a long time. I mean, you guys have had, Jim McMahon, 85 Bears, the Bears. You had Jay Cutler, right? And then obviously it didn't work out with Justin Fields, and you moved on to Caleb. And now it's just a matter of, getting more offensive line to protect Caleb for him to have more time to make decisions. And then, and then you'll go from there. 3rd down and 2. 31-10 Buffalo. Jalen Waddle, fantasy owners, angry. Tyreek owners, angry. Tough, man. At home getting beat by 21, but you might be able to get something here. Thompson, incomplete. And you don't even have like Tyreek and Waddle in the game at this point. I mean, you would think, okay, you're getting your ass kicked by 21. The best chance that you have to score, at least bring in your starters. It's like you just gave up. At least get a garbage touchdown for fantasy owners late. Fourth down and 2 on the Buffalo 11. They need a miracle. They don't got any of their starters out there. Just gave up. Thompson, floater, back of the end zone, incomplete. Yeah, good defense there by Bishop. Yeah, rookie out of Utah. Yeah, well, the Texans' defense wasn't necessarily weak. It's that AR has the strongest arm in football. And when you can slip and throw 60 yards on a dime and then have another 54-yard bomb and score on that, that's the reason. It's not like Jonathan Taylor took over that game. The reason why they were able to do what they did is because AR is a fucking dual threat, just like Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts. He can run for 1 or 2 touchdowns, and he can throw for 1, 2, or 3 touchdowns. So yeah, the Texan defense obviously could have been better, but when you're going against a guy like AR, he's almost unguardable. The only way you stop AR is if he's fucking injured on the bench. Period. I would know. I have him in fantasy. I took a chance. I could have picked Joe Burrow, but I just didn't think he'd be able to stay healthy. And it went Lamar Jackson, right? CJ Stroud, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, and then me. And then I ended up grabbing AR. So, the Texan defense, is going to be a little hit or miss from time in and time out. But again, if you got AR and CJ Stroud and their offenses out there, most teams are not going to be able to stop those two offenses. Like defenses that are going to be projected to go against those offenses are not going to be able to stop those guys that often. All right. I mean, I wish you the best of luck, but I mean, I don't see them winning. But hopefully, again, you have some good memories out of, Caleb and the defense this year. And again, the best part about that team is the defense for the Bears. So, and obviously, if you got Caleb out there, it gives a little bit of an excitement out there if you're a USC fan, a Bear fan, or just fan of, quarterbacks that you want to see succeed. But remember, just a couple years ago, everyone thought, oh, the Trevor Lawrence draft, so good. We're going to have so many good quality guys. Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, right? Trey Lance, Mac Jones, Justin Fields. And now as a couple years have passed, you only got one good quarterback out of 5. And now in this particular draft, J.J. McCarthy injured, right? Drake May and Michael Penix Jr. waiting for their turn. And you really only have Bo Nix and Caleb right now. And so far, it's a work in progress. It's going to take some time. Yeah, Houston is going to be fun. And I definitely, I would say out of all the teams in the AFC, besides, obviously the Kansas City Chiefs as being like the favorite, I would assume that the Houston Texans are going to be one of the other, 3 teams that are going to battle the Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl this year if they can stay healthy. Even if their defense has some weak spots here and there. How many teams, have an offense as good as CJ Stroud, Joe Mixon, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, and Nico Collins? Not many. Yeah, but Green Bay doesn't have Jordan Love. Now Jordan Love is out, and you got Malik Willis, so they're fucked. And even Jordan Love, when he comes back, what is he going to look like? He might re-aggravate the injury. So Green Bay's opportunity to make it to the Super Bowl or an NFC Championship game is gone. They're not going to be able to do it. And hopefully Jordan Love will be back in 4 to 6 weeks, and he can help recover the team. But I don't see the Packers winning too many games with fucking Malik Willis. The Detroit Lions are going to end up winning that division. And again, the Texans and the Lions have the best shot to be able to make that jump this year, as well as next year, barring injury. Lions defense has gotten a little bit better, and the Texan offense got dramatically better with Diggs and Mixon. And I think Mixon will be more of an impact than Diggs. But again, Diggs will, he'll be a diva, but again, he'll make plays. Full movement with the extremities for Tua. Prayers up for him. 3-1 Mariners, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. RBI single to Randy. Robles and Julio score. 3-1 Mariners. Fuck yeah. And then kneel down. I'm about to change here. We're in the bottom of the fifth. Runners at first and second. Hell yeah. Man, I'm already 3 hours in, but I also got to see, I got to be able to eat dinner and then take care of Paisley as well. Trubisky. Rayleigh. Just hit into a force out at second. We're at 20. Yeah, we're in week 2. But again, sometimes the writing is on the wall. You can, obviously injuries can change everything. But a lot of times you can definitely get an idea, on who was good last year, who's good this year, and who's got the roster and the depth and the coaching and the play calling to make a run. Final score, Bills 31, Dolphins 10. Then we can go here. And then we can go here. And then we can go here. And all of a sudden it's like we're doing this. And then we're going to go here and here. And we're going to go here. And we're going to go here. And one sec here. One sec. Trying to get this all formatted properly. Got to go off the other scoreboard here. And just like that, we go from an NFL stream to a baseball stream. One sec. All right, give me a sec here. All right, I'm getting settled in here. One sec. I'm almost converted here. Let's go to the top of the sixth. 4-1 Mariners. All right, I'm almost there. All right, hold on. Got to get all these things situated here. All right, boom shakalaka. And just like that, let's go. And just like that, we turn into a baseball stream from doing a football stream. How many streamers can do that? Not many. One sec here. Got to get the proper. I got my screen is too small. There we go. Top of the sixth, 4-1 Mariners. 3-2 count to Josh Smith. I agree to that. Bryce Miller with the K. Let's go. Yeah. If you got to go, Matt, if you got to go, like I said, you've already put in the time today. If you want to just, go on, make posts or, do research or watch film or do all that, that's fine. But I'm going to do the rest of this game, and I'll be doing the Mariner game tomorrow. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to stay, you can stay. But if you want to leave, you have my permission, and, you can, we've already grinded for 3 hours. So, and again, I didn't have to do the rest of this game, but obviously it's a little bit more of a, an effort thing, just because, and also that we're ahead. Now, if we were down 4-1, maybe I don't do this, but since we were at least tied or ahead, why the fuck not? I mean, I still got shit I got to do, but it's still relatively early for me. So. Megan with a $5. Appreciate you. We're at 25.75 to go. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little cactus jack, bang, bang. Let me know what you want to do for photos, and I got you. Wyatt Langford. And I don't have all the photos prepped because I didn't do, the game today. So unfortunately, I'll have to just kind of pull them up as I can. But I got to do a stream tomorrow, so hopefully if I just pull it up now, then I will be prepared a little bit faster for tomorrow. I mean, I got all the Mariner players, but I don't have the Ranger players. Let me look at the starting lineup here. Let me get some of the Ranger players with the photos. Got to do it anyways. All right, what do we got? Marcus Semien. Wyatt Langford fouled off, 3-2 count. And then we got Smith. Give me a second here to kind of get the photos up for the Ranger players. Shouldn't take me long. I got them all here. Strikeout number 7 for Bryce Miller. It's Miller time, baby. There we go. Shows you can transition from one to another, but again, it all depends if you got the ability to do so. Adolis Garcia in the box, takes a strike. Garcia calls time. I've got most of the starting lineup in here. Throw to first, safe. No play at first. Hopefully he's okay. I'm almost there. And what is that? Tavares. All right, now I got to put in the positions. All right, Simeon, second base. Smith, number 2 at shortstop. I got to change this. Shortstop. Okay, hold on here. And then Langford, left field. Left field. And then Adolis Garcia is DHing. Okay, and what do we have? Low at first, at 5-hole, 6-hole. What do we got? We got Young at second, or third. Be third, and then Jonah Heim, catcher. I'm almost set up, and Jankowski, right field. And I'll have to get the Ranger logo up here, and then Tavares center field. Okay. Get him, Cal. Got him. Hell yeah. Nice job, Cal. I gotta delete these other ones here. All right, we got to make sure we put up the proper representation. And then I got to throw that one back in there. All right, so I got the starting lineup there. Now I got to just double check real quick for the Mariners side. All right, so let's see what we got. All right, so we got Robles in right field, Julio in center, Cal at catcher, Randy at left. So those are all the same. Luke at first, JT at DH, Polo at second, JP at short, and Rojas at third. So that's exactly the same identical lineup that we had against the Padres. So I don't even have to do anything there. So we are Gucci now. All right, middle of the sixth, 4-1 Mariners. And that's how you go from an NFL stream to a baseball stream in a matter of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Next up for the Mariners here in the bottom of the sixth, 0 for 2 with a K. Jorge Polanco. Batting second, 0 for 2 with 2 Ks, shortstop J.P. Crawford. And batting third, 0 for 1 with a base on ball and a K, third baseman Hollywood Josh Rojas. There'll be definitely a lot of confused Buffalo Bill and Dolphin fans if they're hopping into this stream late. They'd be like, what's going on here? Well, that's what happens. You don't start over another stream. You just start another one. Let's get to 30 likes, baby. Let's get there. Later, brother. Ichiro, I got you. Absolutely. Let's go. Ooh, Gary Carter, nice. Popped up, Polo, 1 away. Lined out to center field, Jorge Polanco, 1 away in the bottom of the 6th. Next up for the Mariners, shortstop J.P. Crawford. Mariners 4, Rangers 1. We're going to win tomorrow as well. Let's go. Goat, 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 goat. Legend, 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 legend. Icon, 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 icon. Hall of Famer. Ichiro. Let's go. We're not going to see another one of these ever again. Like we were doing a Mariners stream from the very beginning. Rojas. Next up, after JP strikes out, 2 away. Next up, third baseman Hollywood Josh Rojas. Chafin to Rojas. Out of play. 0-1 count. Come on, Hollywood. Well, it's kind of good that, putting in this extra effort, because that's one less thing that I got to do tomorrow morning, or tomorrow evening, as when I'm doing the prepping. I still got to make the thumbnail and whatnot for tomorrow, but at least I got all of the Ranger players. I mean, obviously the batting order might change and the position might change, but at least I got it, all set up here. And again, if I had a choice between doing the Buffalo-Miami game or this one, I would have leaned towards this one. But again, when it's NFL season and you've already done like 120, 130 Mariner games, I'm just trying to make sure we're taking care of the NFL fans also. But that game definitely disappointed a little bit. And hopefully we get better Thursday night games like that, and prayers up for Tua and his concussion. Bottom of the 6th, 4-1 Mariners. Nobody on, 2 outs. 1-2 pitch to Josh Rojas. Oh, I got to change the ticker down below here too. We got to change everything, right? We're not doing Buffalo Bills, Miami Dolphins anymore. I'm a sucker for detail. Boom. Texas Rangers versus Seattle Mariners, like we've been doing this the whole time. Bottom of the 6th, 4-1 Mariners. Nobody on, 2 outs, 2-2 count from Chafin to Rojas. And I hope so. I hope you're right. All right, congratulations, Sarah. You're back on a mod status, even though you're here part-time. With what you got to do there with the Dodges and the other stream. But again, we want to make sure that, for the effort, while Matt is gone, and for you to be able to step up, to be able to handle some of those duties. If DX is gone and Matt is gone or Elliot's gone, you earned it. Was going to do it a couple days back, but I think I got to a point where I think I just forgot, but I didn't forget today. So. Three-two pitch. Rojas can't believe it, and that is strike three. Go to the top of the seventh, 4-1 Seattle. We're at 25-75 to go. 30 likes. Let's get to 40. And again, if we can get, like I said, more than one person to be able to help out with the duties, like today with DX and with Sarah, when Matt is gone or even when Matt is here, the more effort that we can get, out of the mods, when you see an opportunity to help, is definitely encouraged. And again, we just want to be able to do everything that we can to be able to grow this channel. And I appreciate you guys putting in the effort very much. Let's get some more photos up here for Megan. And we wouldn't be where we are here today without people like Megan as well as the people in the room like DX, Sarah, Matt, and all the others. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, no worries. I mean, you got your responsibilities here and there. Sarah's got responsibilities here and on another channel as well. So, I get it, but again, what anybody that, like I said, as long as there's at least one person helping that, and then if we can end up getting two, great. I don't expect three, but again, if you get those type of people that want to help, then obviously encouraged, but it doesn't have to be 3, 4, 5 people, grinding away, on the channel, as long as we have, somebody that's helping, that's the most important part. And then obviously if you get more than one, then it's a blessing. All right, Bryce Miller is done. 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 7 Ks. Nice job, Bryce. And now we got Troy Taylor in the game. My favorite bullpen, closer type of guy other than Andres Munoz. Rookie Troy Taylor, and one of my favorite rookies in the bullpen in a long, long time. But of course, he gives up a home run right there. Unbelievable. I talk so much about you, and then you give up a home run right away. Come on, Troy. And the funny thing is that even though he just gave up that home run and now it's 4-2, I'm not going to be mad at him. Again, like other guys, I'm going to get pissed off. And, the guys that need to get replaced and they need to go, again, sometimes you're going to have guys that give up, a home run, do a bad pitch in the wrong spot. But Troy has done more good than bad. Now, if this becomes a reoccurring theme, then he's going to be on my shit list. But he has done, more good than bad. It's very rare that he does something like this. So unfortunate, when we talk him up and then he gives up a home run right away. But at least it was only a solo jack. Now it's 4-2 Seattle, and hopefully we can respond. Come on, Troy. Ana in the building from Mexico. Vamos, Mariners. That one fouled back. Josh Young, who has a solo home run early in the matchup as well. 280 average, 7 homers, and 15 ribbies. Wasn't expecting him to give up a fucking home run right out of the gates. Popped up, went away. Come on, Mariners. Top of the 7th, 4-2 Mariners. Nobody on with 1 out. One of my favorite bullpen guys, Troy Taylor, just gave up a home run in one of his first couple pitches. But, again, he has been the most consistent bullpen newbie that I've seen in years. And again, sometimes when you're a rookie, you go through growing pains, right? But I've seen a lot of electricity out of Troy Taylor, and he's really one of the only guys that's in the bullpen besides Munoz that can pitch 95 to 100 consistently. So, Chris in the building. What's good, brother? And I know a lot of people are going to be hopping in thinking I'm doing the Dolphins and Buffalo Bill post-game show or something like that, since the thumbnail is still showing that. But we got to double dip sometimes, and maybe about 4 times a year, this will happen, where I end up doing a football game and then we'll transition into the Mariners or vice versa, just because it's around the same time. And the Mariner game started about an hour and a half later, so we have a good opportunity to call the last 3.5 innings. Little slope dribbler. Out number 2. Nice job, Luke. Yeah, go ahead. Anything is available up for discussion here. It doesn't matter if I'm doing baseball, basketball, football, NASCAR, hockey, WWE. You got a question for fantasy, you need a little help, or you want to talk about something other than what we're doing in the background, that's completely fine. I got you, man. You need help in fantasy, I'm your guy. Pitch is low and into the dirt. 1-0 count to Travis Jankowski. Popped up. And that is the end of the top of the 7th. So we can get a few more photos here. All right, let's go to the bottom of the 7th, 4-2 Mariners. Next up for Seattle, right fielder Victor Robles, 2 for 2 in a run. Batting second, center fielder Julio Rodriguez. And batting third, big dumper, catcher Cal Raleigh. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Let's try to get to 40 if we can. Anyone else having problems in the chat? Looks like Lauren wasn't able to, have the chat pop up on his YouTube in Canada. But hopefully that's just a one-off thing. Maybe something needs to be refreshed. All right, we hit 30 likes. Anything above and beyond this would be gravy. But if you are in the room and you haven't done it yet, please do. Let's see if we can get to 40 before the stream ends. We just got another one. We're at 31. Thank you so much. .30 count from Festa to Robles. Chase Brown, I would not drop too much fab on him. I mean, it just depends on what your team looks like. I'd have to see what your team looks like from top to bottom. And then Daniels or Kyler? That is a good question. Let me take a quick peek. And is it a PPR league for you, Chris? DX with a fiver. Yeah, I saw it. I'm going to pull up my stuff here real quick. And I'll give you an answer here in a second. But I wouldn't spend too much on the fab there. I mean, I guess it just depends on how desperate you are, with that. But let me look at like lineups and whatnot, and I can give you a correct answer. Next up, Robles, a second, safe. There we go. Next up is Julio. 1-1 count with no outs. Nice job, Victor. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Little cactus jack. Bang, bang. All right, so Jaden Daniels is ranked 5th out of all quarterbacks this week, and Kyler is ranked 6th. So Jaden is going to be going against the Giants, who are absolutely dog shit terrible, and that's at home. And then Kyler Murray is going against the Rams, whose defense has been kind of improved, even though they don't have Aaron Donald. They did lose a lot of guys on their offensive line in Puka, but you're going to get more rushing yards, you would assume, with Daniels based on how he played Tampa Bay. And Kyler might rush a little bit here, a little bit there, but I think I would probably go with Jaden Daniels going against the Giants because I think the Rams defense is better than the Giants defense. So yeah, Kyler could still end up getting more points on the Rams by, running for a touchdown and throwing for 2 or 3. But I think if it was me, I think I would go with Jaden Daniels based on what I saw against my own team, Tampa Bay, in week number 1. I think that's where I would go. But again, one is ranked 5th, one is ranked 6th. So really, there's no bad answer. It's not like one is ranked 5th and one's ranked 12th, and it's obvious. It's Jaden Daniels. Like, they're literally right next to each other. But if I'm going based off defense, Rams defense better than the Giant defense. Give me Jaden Daniels, obviously, for your fantasy. CMC, Monty, Pollard, and Ford. That's funny. I have CMC, I have Pollard, and I have Ford as well. And Monty is who? Montgomery? David Montgomery? I assume that's the only Monty you're speaking of. So you have CMC, Montgomery, Pollard, and Ford. Yeah, Rams run defense might have not been good at week 1, but whose defense is better, Rams or Giants? I feel that, both teams are at home, but the Rams probably have a better chance to win that game, with Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford. The Giants are probably not beating the Commandos, even though the Commandos aren't very good themselves. You would think that, that would be Jaden Daniels would be able to run, he'll be able to throw. And Kyler can do the same, but I think that there's slight upside with Jaden Daniels because, again, Jaden Daniels runs the football even when, there's guys open. You don't give a fuck. He just, runs. And so, Kyler is more going to get his teammates going. But, I think both guys have a good chance to get 20 points, and that's ultimately what you're looking at, right? You want to get to 20 to 30 points out of your quarterback. So really not a wrong answer either way. But, kind of up to you. But if it's me, I'm going to be going for the weaker defense primarily most of the time. And most of the time, the Giants defense will be worse than the Ram defense. So, David Montgomery. Yeah. Julio crushes that one, foul. Great minds do think alike. I got AR, James Conner, Jerome Ford, Mike Evans, Cooper Kupp, Sam Laporta, Mason for CMC this week. Chargers D, Aubrey as my kicker from Dallas. My bench, Lockett, Baker, CMC, Vlad McConkey, Pollard, Prescott, Rashad White, Nick Chubb. Championship. At least I'm trying. I haven't gotten any lower than, third place ever. And I put in the most work. I read the most. I watch the most film. I'm on the app 4 or 5 hours a day, every day. So, when I don't win the championship, I'm mad, because I put in more work, and I know Captain Oreo's got a good team. Reflect's got a good team. But I just got to be able to, find a way to get enough good numbers in the championship. Bottom of the 7th, 4-2. Seattle, but I definitely got the best bench. And if you look at my team compared to everyone else, I have the most top 10 pieces. If you look at my team, AR 4, Connor 8, Ford 10, Evans 6, Kupp 2, Laporta 8, Mason 5, Chargers 5, Aubrey 4. I'm the only team in the league that's got all top 10 pieces. And when you can do that, that's how you fucking win. Victor Robles, safe. Kupp will stay healthy. Robles with another stolen bag. But Reflect's team, who won it last year, he's got Jalen Hurts, Joe Mixon. He's got Kyron Williams, CeeDee Lamb, Rashee Rice, Parkinson because of an injury to Njoku, Nico Collins at the flex, Eagles D, and Boswell just for this week. And he's got David Montgomery, Zach Moss, Kyler, Njoku, Brian Thomas, Samir White, and Jamison Williams, and Mitchell. So I feel like my bench is a little bit better. And then Captain Oreo's team, Mahomes, Breece Hall, Kamara, Garrett Wilson, Debo, Kelsey, Pickens, Dallas D, Tucker, solid. Pitts, Goff, Watson, Bates, Johnson, Detroit D, and Zeke. So I think Captain Oreo's bench is a little bit better than Reflects, and I feel that our three teams are, the best, but there'll be one other team that joins us in the playoffs, and that remains to be seen on who that will be. People, my name's Orion, like the constellation. So obviously, people growing up, like teachers and people that didn't know me, even though I grew up in the 80s where they had Orion pictures for RoboCop and shitty VCRs for Orion type of memorabilia. But a lot of people remember the constellation, Orion's belt or Orion's pictures. But for whatever reason, the dummies would call me Orion, because they are not familiar with the stars or with Orion pictures. But, most of the people would, call me O or Big O or Oreo or O-Dog, so kind of natural if your name starts with an O. So, besides being Orion or a Brian, the parents decided to go with the cool hippie name. Next up is Randy Arozarena. But hopefully that solved your question there, Chris. And good luck with your fantasy team this year. I hope that you end up having the most success that you can have. 1 for 3 today for Randy Arozarena with that big RBI. 220 average, 19 homers, 54 ribbies. Pitches outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Bottom of the 7th, 4-2 Seattle. Yeah. Well, plus I'm also mixed race too, so kind of multiple meanings with the Oreo. I do love Oreos as well. Bottom of the 7th, runner at third, 2-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Randy Arozarena goes down to one knee. Don't injure yourself, my guy. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Randy pops up. And that should be a routine play for Marcus Semien. Go to the top of the 8th. Mariners with a 2-run lead. Let's go, M's. Coca-Cola Oreo? Oh, really? Oh, MVPs for baseball? Easy. We already know that. Shohei Ohtani, right? Aaron Judge. Bobby Witt Jr. definitely deserves a little recognition based on how he's played this year. You know, but it's easy. It's Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge, the 2 best players on fucking planet Earth. You know, again, Bobby Witt Jr. has had a great year, and if he keeps playing like he did this year, he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. You know, and again, coming into the same year as Julio, he has done what we wish Julio did. You know, and again, hopefully Julio will get to the Bobby Witt Jr. standard. But Francisco Lindor, good year. You know, obviously in the National League for the Mets. Bobby Witt Jr., great year for the Royals. But you're not Aaron Judge, and you're not Shohei Ohtani. It's very clear those are the 2 best on planet Earth. That's my, you know, again, and I would definitely put Bobby Witt ahead of Lindor. You know, if we're talking about the 3 best players, you know, as far as like hitters, defenders, what they've done this year, right? That's where I would go. And I think if you say any other answer besides Ohtani and Judge, you haven't watched baseball this year. You know, oh, Lindor, oh, Bobby Witt Jr. Yeah, they've been good, but have they put up numbers? You know, like Ohtani going for 50 home runs and 50 steals. He's getting close. And, you know, over 50 homers for Judge. You know, it's, you know, the numbers are impressive. And again, I don't really see anybody catching those 2 players. And the only way that they'll get surpassed is if one of them gets hurt, or if they get hurt. Then maybe Lindor and Bobby Witt Jr. can win like an MVP or whoever, you know, next man up. But as long as Judge and Ohtani are healthy, it's like, you know, Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle. Good luck. You're not, you know, and Ohtani can pitch, even though he's injured this year. And then you take that into consideration, you know, a top 15 pitcher, he might end up being a top 10 pitcher, and then ended up being a top 2 baseball player hitting-wise. It's incredible. I mean, people talked about Babe Ruth being a pitcher and hitter, but Shohei Ohtani is a better pitcher than Babe Ruth was. So it's like we're really watching something that we have never seen before. And on top of that, it's not even an American-born player. It's a Japanese player. And not even half Japanese, not like half white, half Japanese like me. He's 100% Japanese. Like, that's crazy. We thought Ichiro was wild, and now you got a guy that is doing things that Ichiro couldn't even do, you know, pitching-wise. Hitting-wise, we know Ichiro's a GOAT. Best leadoff hitter, you know, in this generation, right? Now we got Luis Ariz, and you got Pete Rose, Tony Gwynn, Rod Carew, right? But as far as like pitcher, hitter, I mean, I don't think we're going to see anything like that in our lifetime. You know, obviously when we're all dead and gone, there might be another, you know, black, white, Mexican, Asian player that's like Ohtani 2.0, but I don't think we're going to see another Ohtani in our generation while we're living. Tatis is good. I'm not sure MVP good, though. And you can't give Tatis the award over Ohtani, you know, when a guy is approaching 50-50, you know, and again, no one's ever done that, you know, and again, it's like when you start getting into rare air and you start doing things that's never been done before, I don't give a shit what the other guy did, you know, you're not going to win it over a guy like Ohtani or Judge, you know. Especially if you lead, you know, in batting average, home runs, RBIs, OPS, slugging. You know, you go through all the categories and it's pretty much Judge or Ohtani. Popped up, one away. Next up is Marcus Semien. I do like this Texas Ranger spinning logo of the state of Texas. It's probably one of the coolest spinning logos that we have on the channel. Very cool. Strike one to Semien. Yeah, you could say the same for Bobby Witt Jr. as well. Him and Lindor are the most deserving. But, as long as those two guys are healthy, it's going to be tough. But we got a guy on the Mariners, Durangelo, who got drafted from Mississippi State, and he's going to be the first, I think good pitcher, either starter or bullpen, that can pitch from the left side and the right side, and we haven't seen that. I mean, there's been a couple, baseball players that have attempted it, but they've never really been good, but this guy is actually like a good one. And imagine, the Mariners staff working with him, with, Castillo and Miller and Wu and Gilbert and Kirby. He could end up being a Troy Taylor and Andres Munoz, or maybe he'll take Luis Castillo's spot as the new 5-hole pitcher one day. That's what I'm hoping for. Pitch left from the first inning, right in the second inning, left in the third inning, right in the fourth inning. Marcus Semien, back, gone. Oh my. 4-3 Mariners. 3 solo jacks for the Rangers. And this is not what I anticipated by doing this part of this stream after the Buffalo Bills beat the shit out of the Dolphins, but I guess it's exciting, huh? Snyder giving up a home run. 3 different pitchers giving up 3 different home runs tonight. Miller, Taylor, now Snyder. Come on, Mariners, don't give this up. Especially, I'm already almost approaching 4 hours. I still got to take Paisley on a long 45-minute walk and eat dinner. For me to put out the effort to be able to grind it out and do 2 games in one stream, we can't lose. We're going to win tomorrow. I hope. I mean, Emerson Hancock isn't ideal, coming from AAA. So that means that we're going to have to score, 5 runs to win tomorrow. If we end up putting up 1-4, even though it's DeGrom's first, appearance this year, he'll probably be rusty. Hancock will be rusty. We just got to make sure that we put up the good numbers with the bats, with some hits, RBIs, and home runs tomorrow. But it all starts with today. We win today, we're winning tomorrow. We lose today, we might lose tomorrow. Vamos Mariners from Mexico. Chopper towards first, foul. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. Help your boy out. Grind. What your boy does. I even changed clothes. Changed the background. Added the photos. I mean, what other live streamer or YouTuber would do that? Nobody. 2-2 pitch. Fuck. Right past Luke Raley. Now we got to get a double play here. We have to find a way to get out of this jam. Momentum is shifting to the Rangers. Come on now. Shows you how important bullpen pitching really is for every single team. You could be up 4-1, and then it turns into 4-2, and then 4-3. And, depending on what happens here, hopefully it ends up not being 4-4 or 5-4 and we're down. Because if they go up and hit a home run and we're down 5-4, this game is over. We're not going to come back. Next up, 0-for-3 with a K, left fielder Wyatt Langford. Come on, Mariners, step up. Oh, God, sauce warming up? Jesus. We're at 30, 70 to go. We're at 31 likes. We need 9 more to get to 40, 4 more to get to 35. I think 35 is more reasonable. I mean, we're in the 8th. Now we're at 32. Thank you to whoever that was. 3 more likes to get to 35, and then we will, add a little bit to the goal. Smash that like button. Let's get to 35. Let's be realistic. I mean, unless this game ends up getting tied going into extra innings, then we will definitely get to 40, because there's going to be people in here either rooting for the Mariners to win or rooting for us to fucking lose and coming in here talking shit. So, but hopefully it doesn't get to that point. I love extra likes, extra subs, and extra donos, but at this point, I just want a Mariner win. Langford? Uh-oh. Fuck. All the way back to the wall. Jesus Christ. Bullpen fucking stinks for the Mariners. Runners at second and third with only one out. Golly. Why? And next up, their best player, not named Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia. Oh, my. Get out of this inning, Mariners. Damn it. Got you. Big swing and a miss to Garcia. 0-1 count. Yeah, I thought it was gone too when I first saw it. Is that an F1 driver? I assume it is. I've never heard of the name. So I assume that's what it is. You love F1, so. 219 average, 22 homers, and 74 ribbies. That's kind of surprising that Garcia's only batting 219 for the year. Finding the count 0-2. Come on, Mariners. Don't blow it. O2 pitch from Colin Snyder to Garcia. Chopper. Fuck. Throw to first, 2 away. Now the game is tied. Now we'll probably get to 40 likes. Now I got to hope that we win this. God damn it. But at least it's more competitive, even though we blew our lead, than the Dolphins and Bills matchup. I tried 5 photos, and the first 4 didn't format, but the 5th one did, so got to keep trying. Doesn't fit the screen, but at least it's something to get us started. All right, next one formatted as well. I mean, at this point, we'll take any photo, since obviously for whatever reason, sometimes it allows you, sometimes it does not, but we'll take it. At least there's a full screen one. All right, and then we can finally get a swaggy one. Here we go. More of my standard is like this photo. Those first 2, not my standard. This one, it fits the screen, but this is like, okay, this is my standard. The other ones is like, you know, we'll take it for what it is, but. And then I got to get one of him. All right, this one's to my standard right now here too. I got to get that HD 4K full screen jump off, okay? Not the shit that gets cut off. There we go. There's some swag. Mercedes, baby. Next up is Taylor Saucedo. Hope you enjoyed those. Oh, yeah. Jimmy Garcia. I mean, you can go up and down the list. There's a lot of guys that are injured for us. Obviously, Castillo just went to the IL, but Jimmy Garcia is out for the year. Santos out for the year, more than likely. Like, we got a lot of guys in the bullpen. And then the other guys that we have are kind of unreliable. And then even when we have a reliable guy, like Troy Taylor is my number 2 behind Munoz, and he fucking gave up a home run. So even our good guys sometimes fuck up, right? Nobody's perfect in life. We all fuck up from time to time, right? Even our favorites, so. Top of the 8th, runner at third with 2 outs, 2-1 count to Nathaniel Lowe. Not today, Nathaniel. Come on, Mariners. Chopper. Polanco. Fuck, he dropped it. Another error by Polo. You suck. Now the game's over. 5-4 with a runner at first with 2 outs. I don't know if we're going to have it in us to be able to come back. God damn it, Polo. Can we just get a goddamn second baseman that can make a damn defensive play? You stink. Waste of money, him and Mitch Garver. God damn it. Where was Ryan Bliss? You should have called him up. He would have made that play. That play right there lost us the game more than likely. Unless we can get, something in the bottom of the 8th and the bottom of the 9th. I hope we do. But momentum has shifted dramatically in this game. Weak tapper. Throw to first. Got him. The damage is done. And to go from 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4, the sports gods are like, oh, you want 40 likes? We'll just tie the game up then. Fine, but not 5-4, damn it. How dare you, sports gods? I've already done a whole live stream in football already, and then I decided to get changed, put on the chain, the fucking do-rag, the fucking hat, put in the pictures for this. Damn it. We still have a chance, though. But that definitely sucked. Let's pray that we have a good lineup here in the bottom of the 8th and the bottom of the 9th. Come on, Mariners. Next up for the Mariners, 0 for 3 with a K. First baseman, Luke Raley. And we need to transform into that individual, Nuke Raley. We need it now. Batting second with a home run today, 1 for 3 with a run, RBI, DHing Justin Turner. And batting third, a player that should no longer be on the Mariners, Jorge Polanco. 0 for 3, probably will be 0 for 4. Damn you. Polo. I mean, the only way that Polo is going to make up for this is if he hits a home run. If he ends up hitting a home run, that fucking error is forgiven. But if you don't get an RBI or home run, you were already on the shit list earlier in the year, but should have been able to make that play. That's terrible. 33, let's get to 40. Your boy is hungry, and I need to go on a walk, and we got to get a Mariner dub. David Robertson. Who's the closer for what? The Mariners? I'm not sure if they'll bring Munoz in if we're down. Normally when they bring Munoz in, it'll be when we're tied or when we're winning. So terrible bullpen performance by the Mariners. I mean, you're up 4-1, and you've given up 4 runs in the last 2 innings to get down now 5-4, and down goes Luke Raley. Unbelievable. Shows you can get down early, and you got to have a good bullpen to secure the win. And if your bullpen stinks, then you can still be down 4 or 5 runs and come back, and that's exactly what happened. Next up is our boy, Red, Justin Turner. And it's not likely that he hits another home run. 1 for 3, solo home run in the 4th. Come on, Justin Turner. Come on, JT. Come on, Big Red. 0-2 pitch. Pitch is low and outside. I mean, at this point, it's like you got to get hit by a pitch, walk, bunt. You got to figure out any kind of way to be able to get guys on and move them over into scoring position. God, that made my stomach fucking, the pit of my stomach feel fucking terrible. 1-2 count. One-two pitch from Robertson to Turner. Pitch is low at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Edman, wow, he's hot. 2 yesterday, 2 today. 2-2 pitch to Turner. Good eye into the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes to JT. Come on, Turner, get a walk. Three-two pitch. Turner. Oh. Just for a moment, I thought he homered that. But the wind brought it down. 2 away. Damn, that would have been awesome. I would have lost my goddamn mind if that would have happened. Next up is Jorge Polanco. And the only saving grace that we have, because depending on what happens here, you got JP and Rojas. That's not ideal. So if Polo can get on, that would be great. But we want Victor Robles and Julio and Cal to get a shot. But again, if we don't get hits here by Polo and Crawford to get to Rojas, Robles, and J-Rod, and possibly Cal Raleigh, this one is over. Because the reality is JP will probably be out, Ross will be out. Victor might be able to get a hit. But again, only one guy out of 3. It'd be more, better for us if it was Robles, Julio, and Cal. That would give us the best chance to tie it up or win. But we're going to have to get hits out of Polo, Crawford, and Rojas to get there. 1-1 pitch to Polo. Chop foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. I don't know what significance that will have, but hopefully something good. Make up for that dumbass error, Polo. Chop foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Polo 0 for 3. Oh, I've seen bigger chokes than this game. This is just one of the many. I mean, if you're a Mariner fan, hell, I've been a Mariner fan for almost 40 years. There's a lot of fucking choke jobs that have happened with Mariners, especially when you don't make the playoffs for 20 years. 1-2 pitch. Pitch is low and at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Kobe. Two-two pitch. Barely got a piece of it. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. And of course, Polo ain't going to do it. Yeah, I started watching, sports, baseball, and wrestling, around 85. And, a lot of people think that, with my high energy, that I'm, in my late 20s or early to mid 30s, but I'm 42. So, but again, I always will have the energy and the swagger and aura of a college kid, but I try to have a Yoda type of brain, or like Big Bang Theory with like Sheldon with the sports knowledge. So I feel like with my brain might be, based off knowledge, someone that's like 70, 80 years old. But as far as like my personality, I'm always going to have that college kid type of energy and swag. But I'll tell you, to blow 4 runs, in 2 innings, end of the 8th, 5-4 Texas. Yeah, it shows you how important the bullpen really is. Let's Go to the top of the ninth. And hopefully the Rangers don't get any more. And then we have to pray, right? We have to pray to the sports gods that we can get it to 5-5, and then we can win 6-5 and 10 or 11. That will not be easy. Momentum has shifted dramatically. And Uncle Mo is a son of a bitch. You know, when Uncle Mo decides that momentum is shifting, you know, there's not a whole lot you can do. Next up for the Rangers, 1 for 3, catcher Jonah Heim. Batting second, right fielder Travis Jankowski. And batting third, center fielder Leody Taveras. I had to get a better photo for, oh, that one isn't worse. That one's worse than that one. Damn it. I thought that one was going to be a good photo. I had to find a better one for Travis here. Julio's there, one away. Nice job, both. See if I can get a better photo than Jankowski running away. There we go. That's what I wanted. I'm such a stickler, you know, for quality, regardless if it's on our team or not. Like, I don't like bad photos. When I see something that looks like this that could be better, you know, I just, you know, I got to be able to upgrade it. You know, I'm a perfectionist, you know, I want to make sure it looks good for Mariner fans and for Ranger fans. I got to find my Rangers file. Where the hell is it? Where are you, Texas Rangers? Where are you? I have so many fucking files. Where are you? Rangers, Rangers, where are you? There it is. All right, I found him. One-oh pitch to Leody Taveras. Yeah, but, you know, for you, you've probably only been watching for a few years. I mean, imagine, you know, being me, watching this team for like 35, 40 years and going through passionately supporting a team, you know, for 20 years not making the playoffs. There's not a lot of fans that can stomach that. So, you know, if you've been watching for the last 5 or 10 years, you know, God bless your heart, but imagine watching for the last 35 or 40. You know, like I said, I've only had 4 good years in my lifetime that are memorable: 95, 97, 2001, and 2022 with Cal Raleigh. So again, we're going to have a lot of great years in the next 20 years, probably 12 out of 20. And there'll be 8 years that we missed the playoffs, but it's going to be a hell of a lot better moving forward than it is now. From back in the day, popped up. Cal's got it. There we go. Let's go to the bottom of the ninth and try to tie it up, baby. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is going to be something that he's going to have to consider. Lots of money on the line, but also you want to make sure you don't get CTE or fucking brain damage, you know? Or you'll end up turning into like Antonio Brown, you know, CTE, SPN. But, at some point, Tua's going to probably have to walk away a little bit earlier than he wants to, just based off the concussions, especially when you have serious ones. Because if you don't, you're going to get CTE unless he already has it already, or brain damage. And you want to be able to, live your life after football. You want to be able to, hang out with your wife and kids and your friends and, not be a fucking vegetable. So, I definitely think Tua's career will be shortened. All right, talk soon. All right, let's go to the bottom of the ninth. Last opportunity here for the Seattle Mariners. We need 1 to tie, 2 to win. Next up, shortstop, 0 for 3 with 3 Ks, J.P. Crawford. Don't expect anything from him. Batting second, third baseman, Hollywood Josh Rojas. We'll see. Hopefully he'll get a hit, but not guaranteed. And our best chance to be able to get the run scored will be right fielder Victor Robles. And then if we can get to him, possibly Julio, and then Cal Raleigh and Randy. We just got to be able to find a way to get back to the top of the order. We can't have JP pop up out or strike out, and then Rojas was doing the same damn thing. Because then if we go to 2 outs with Robles, he could help get it going, but it would be nice to get to Robles with 1 out, not with 2 outs. So hopefully we can do that here. Kirby Yates in the game. Come on, JP. Come on, Rojas. Come on, Robles. First pitch to J.P. Crawford is a ball. Unless we can get J.P. Crawford and Rojas to get hit by a pitch. That's funny that AB posted that. Of course he would. 1 ball, 1 strike to J.P. Crawford. Bottom of the ninth, 5-4 Rangers. After the Mariners had a 4-1 lead, gave up 4 runs between the 7th and 8th inning. 1 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th. 2 balls and 1 strike. Come on, JP. Come on, Crawford. Crawdaddy, let's go. 2-1 pitch. Crushed foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. JP. Come on, Crawdaddy. 2-2 pitch. JP, little slow roller. Throw to first. 1 away. Sometimes you just know. Like when you're watch a game and you look at a lineup, you kind of have an idea if someone's going to get on base or not. JP has been fucking terrible this year. He was terrible before the pinky fracture, and since the pinky fracture and he's come back, he's been bad. Just being honest. Next up, third baseman, Hollywood Josh Rojas. He's got slightly better percentage to get on base, but at this position late in the game, it's not likely. But I hope I'm wrong. Rojas popped up, 2 away. Damn, I'm right. I hate being right. When it ends up, oh, and he dropped it. Yes. It's like when you end up having, like ESP, and you want to be wrong because you want to be able to win, but sometimes players are fucking predictable, especially late in the game. Do they got it? Do they got the it factor or not? And Rojas batted 350 at the beginning of the year in April and May, was ass in June and July, got a little bit better in August and September, but he's only batting 230 with 7 homers and 26 ribbies, and we got incredibly lucky that foul ball pop-up, 3 Rangers converged on it, and it dropped all in between them. Maybe we can take advantage now of that bugaboo. It should be 2 outs right now. Come on, J-Row. Come on, Hollywood. Make him pay for that error and that mistake. 0-1 pitch from Yates to Rojas. Pitch is outside. 1-1 count. Maybe we can get a walk out of this. That would be best case scenario. Yeah, bullpen. Shows you how important a bullpen is. It's like an offensive line in football or defensive line. You need it. I mean, if I could compare it to something, it would be like O-line. You know, again, instead of paying money to Mitch Garver and Polo, 10, 11 million a year, you should have spent it on a, closer for the 7th and a closer on the 8th inning. And I know that's a lot of money for just a closer, but imagine how much better our team would have been this year. That one foul behind the plate to the T-Mobile bricks. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Come on, J-Row. But realistically, the chance of him getting a hit here is like 10%. But getting a walk, that would be the most ideal thing that could happen here. A walk or a hit by a pitch, but he's not hurt. I don't know if he'd be ballsy enough to drop a bunt down, but that would be crazy. Drop a bunt down towards third base. 2-2 pitch. There he is. When you end up having ESP and you're right, but you don't want to be. 2 away. And now we go to our best opportunity, one of our best players on the team, Victor Robles. The most valuable player on the team besides Cal Raleigh as far as offensive players that aren't pitchers this year. Cal Raleigh's been the MVP, but Victor Robles has been number 2. He's been awesome for us. Much better than Randy Arozarena. Victor chops that one foul. And again, history, tends to repeat itself. Records are meant to be broken. And he's 2 for 2 with a run and a base on ball. But I don't know if we can squeeze this one out, man. It's going to be really tough. 0-1 pitch. Pitch is inside for a ball, but called strike. Now we're down 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes, and now the game is slipping out of our hands. We need a miracle, baby. Sports gods, are you listening? Miracle. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. 1 ball and 2 strikes. But Victor Robles has been a gem to watch this year. I've really enjoyed, seeing someone that was in a bad situation in the Washington Nationals to get a second chance with Seattle. And I'm glad that he decided to re-sign with Seattle with an extension for a couple more years. I love him. Robles crushes that one foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We need this right now. One-two pitch. Good eye. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here we go. And this is usually a good count for Victor to get a single. It just depends on if the pitch is there, or you just, take the walk. But you have to be so disciplined, not like Julio. 2-2 pitch. Come on, Victor. My ESP is fucking on point. 2-2 count. Good pitch. Right here, baby. Right here. ESP, not ESPN. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm not going to be right about everything, but again, I watch every fucking game almost from beginning to end, and your player's better than most. Even maybe more than some of the people that are in the fucking clubhouse. Next up, center fielder, Julio Rodriguez. Throw to first and safe. Now, this would be incredible if he could have a walk-off, but that's not really in Julio's DNA, not yet. But if we can just get on base, that would be great. Unfortunately, Julio has a bigger chance to fuck up than us to win the game, honestly. Takes a strike looking. 0-1 count. I usually will have about 2 things each stream that I think I can call. On some streams, I'll have like 4 or 5 things that will happen, but come on, J-Rod. Come on, Julio. That one chopped foul, and Victor Robles would have been safe if that was just a non-swing by Julio. Yeah, and the nice thing is I can have the ESP not just with Mariners. I can do it with the Ducks. I can do it with NFL. I can do it with the Kraken. I can do it with NASCAR. I can do it with WWE. I mean, I just feel like if you read enough and you watch enough, shit tends to repeat itself. You just have to recognize the signs. 0-2 pitch to Julio. Come on, J-Rod. Please get a base knock. And, again, if he doesn't have the clutch factor like a Bobby Witt Jr. or a Shohei Ohtani or Aaron Judge, to hit a home run to win it. But, I mean, it is possible for him to hit a walk-off at some point in his career. But at this point, just get a single and let Cal Raleigh be the guy that wins the game. Just get a single like Robles. Single, single, single. In a relationship, single, single, single. Come on. 0-2 count from Yates to Julio. 0-2 pitch. And Julio strikes out. The game is over. I hate when I can end up being right, but it's like I don't want to be right. It's not like I'm trying to talk shit about Julio. It's just the player, and he just doesn't have the clutch gene in his body. He does not have ice water in his veins. Maybe one day he will, but I mean, unless we clone Victor Robles and we have two Victors in the lineup, then that would have been a single. But final score: Rangers 5, Mariners 4. GG to all the Rangers fans, even though there's probably not one in here unless they want to come in here and talk shit. But unfortunate. But I don't regret getting changed and grinding it out for almost 5 hours a night. I know some of y'all are very hardcore to this channel and appreciate everything that you guys bring. Final score: Rangers 5, Mariners 4. Tomorrow, Jacob deGrom versus Emerson Hancock. I will be here, and we're not going to do a shitty football game prior to the Mariner game. We're going to do a Mariner game from beginning to end, and we got to find a way to win tomorrow. So hopefully we can get that done. And I got to go back here. One sec. I got to get the thumbnail up here because it was a football stream originally. Hold on. One sec. Okay, desktop, JPEG. I think I deleted the thumbnail already that I made on the screen, but I still have it here. There we go. Because obviously this started off as a football stream. I don't have a Mariner thumb that I can throw up, and obviously the title is still from obviously right here. So, sometimes when you can have ESP and you want to be wrong and then you're right, it stinks. But some players are predictable like Julio, and he is not him. If we're talking about he is him, that's Cal Raleigh or Victor Robles or Brian Wu. Unfortunately, not Julio this year. But thank you to every single one of you guys that liked, subbed, donated, commented, shared. You guys are fucking awesome. I love you. I got to go eat dinner, spend time with my pup. And we'll be here tomorrow, obviously, same time, same place for the Mariners and the Rangers. And I got one question for you. Who talks sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang, have a great night. Go Mariners!